Joke's on you. I've already started recording.
Funnily enough, so have I.
Gasp.
Treachery.
So if we are actually recording, yeah, I started rolling to make sure my audio is indeed going correctly, and it does. We're in stereo right now, which means it's time for rain. 42, I believe.
I believe so.
42.
Yep.
Oh,
Sorry,
God.
excuse me, I felt a burp coming up. I had to fight that.
Hold on.
Otherwise, I
Hold
would have
it.
made a joke instantly about life, the universe, and everything. If anybody at home needs to know which type of nerd Omega is, the significance of 42 permanently burned into my brain. But yes, it's rain. We're playing. As usual, to make sure it's on the recording and that I don't forget about it, I will shout out patrons at the start of the episode, even if I think the format these days would be to insert it at the end of the episode. But that would mean we would need to remember to insert it. And we're bad at that.
We are
So
bad
shout
at
out to our
inserting.
patrons like Adam DeHart, Black Stogie, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV 9000, Star, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Trevor, and Aaron the Crow. Thank you very much for your support. Patrons can get these things early, often, whatever. And so the last session ended with a little bit of chaos, a little bit of a rush because some stuff was going on.
Also, people had to do things.
Well, it was the middle of the night.
Yes.
In real life, in
Like
not
sleep.
real life, you guys were busy recovering from being blasted. So you go
Fuck
probably back
self-odors.
first through Jarbridge and then move on back to Stonehearth. You know, only taking a few hours out there. Obviously, you know, given kind of the risk associated and that, you know, just several of you are a little dinged up. It's not really quite like a conquering heroes type return, but people are, you know, happy and hearty to see everybody back. And actually, I do have a question to Inos. You did mention the Trone incident. Has Inos publicly explained to anybody the significance of the Warhawk pins?
Oh, no, not yet. I still haven't made all the pins yet. I still got to make the Warg pins, the Warhawk pins, and now Cyclops pins. Should I make a Devil pin?
You can make a Wraith pin. I don't know what
I
you do.
don't know if I want that to be
unless you make a
public.
Dragon Quest slime, I don't know how you're going to make the Formless Devils a pin.
No. Well, no, we'll go with the.
When we kill whoever sent those after us, then we make a pin.
But no, I actually
yeah,
gotta refigure how many people get pins. And their
So
designs.
in that case, it's not quite as widespread as I thought it was. But you have told a couple of stories in semi-public settings. Like I said, you know, you mentioned the demon thing or fighting the devils in Trone to the whole of your public assembly,
Yes.
which I have referred to as an old hands meeting. So this does mean that now publicly, you guys, you know, the Marquess and his inner circle have racked up, you know, 3 or 4, depending on who knows, monster fights in about, technically, I think 2 months, you know, in this season, as it were.
Technically 5. If you want to count the black dogs or whatever the hell they are.
Those aren't monsters.
No, I don't think you do quite count those.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean, those guys were monsters in a fight, but that wasn't really a hunt. You know, you guys were kind of blindsided by that one. I don't think you've quite described it in that way. So did you defeat 2 or 1?
2, 1, what?
We defeated 1 for sure, but I think she might have taken the other one back.
The Black Dogs. I don't remember if you killed both of them.
One of them was extra crispy, I know that.
I don't think we finished off the second one.
Yeah. So the so that story is, like I said, not quite the same meaning, but still, you guys have racked up a lot of monster fights in a lot of small spaces. So it's not really like anything specific yet, but I would say that the Marquess and the family are starting to develop a
Reputation.
kind of reputation, a legend of monster slaying. That's not something like concrete yet, but it's something to keep a thought on.
Like some kind of monster hunters.
Yeah, but you guys do.
The sting just played in my head.
Before, make your return.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, what are lap letters then?
The Marquess is, bandaged up but hasn't recovered from his injury yet. Konrad physically is fine, though you are, probably feeling a little, dazed and bright-eyed as you recover.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not actually, injured.
Keep an eye on Nicola.
Yeah. Nicola's very, very tired, though. Like I said, you splash his. He washed his face off. I think in the river.
I'm probably attending to Leslok.
I have 2 killing left arm, no shock.
Yeah.
And then I definitely
unfortunately, you cannot roll to fix that today because he needs at least a day of rest. But depending on what exactly you guys want to, talk about or do next, you will easily have the time for it.
I'd rather you make me healing potions. Call it a day.
Well, that would mean that he would have to make you a healing potion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got your notes
So,
down.
Yeah, I actually had it in my notes.
I didn't.
Oh.
I just read the first half, so it's create 5 wargs. What?
No.
I'm stupid.
So hold on a sec, stepping away. Gotta grab my water.
Yeah, because it was Inos, Nicola. I think. Wait, why do I have 5 for the war? Who else was there? Wait, no, there's 5 of us. I'm an idiot.
Might have been. Oh, I did. Don't worry, I did the exact same thing. There are only 4 of us because I don't count myself. So.
And with the Warhawks, I'm not counting myself, and I believe Leslok was staying behind. He ordered some people to do stuff, so everyone does. But I feel like everyone contributed something to the Cyclops ups. Yes, even you, Konrad, because thanks to Konrad, we discovered that it had a laser attack. A very bad one.
I mean, if it's like metals, Konrad took the first blow, right?
Yeah.
To be fair, he survived the first attack. Good.
Well, no, technically, if we're going to be technically, Leslok survived the first attack because there was a trap.
Yeah, the first attack, yes.
That was my own shortcut. That was my own fault for getting hit, but yeah. Oh fuck, that's just my mindset. It's really just fuck. Oh, whatever. Oh, I do this to myself.
Also, you do have a Cyclops eyeball.
Yeah.
It's in a sack.
I will think on that another time, not today.
Are you gonna ponder the orb?
Yes, I know. That was my exact thought. You think on it, are you gonna ponder it?
I don't want to ponder it. I want to figure out if it's
we all have the same.
Is it an magical or is it more just a ritualistic thing? It's I'll sort out the mysteries of fucking monster
so you're going
magic
to look
another
at
time.
it and think about it. Have you heard of the definition of ponder before?
Okay, no, but I want to do actual testing and research. It's not just thinking. It's not just staring at it. Whatever. I just having meme trauma happen to me.
I mean, it also reflects on us that several of us were just ponder.
Look, Max, I get it. I have
They're oozing out of your brains.
I have trauma about Ponder too. They just unbanned it recently.
Okay,
I mean,
anyway,
yes, you're the one that lost
back
sleep
at
over
Stonehearth,
fucking
and you don't have any strict calls on what time is like anymore. What would you like to be doing, gang?
Inos has things he needs to do. He's going to be locking himself up probably for a week, but he probably would like to have some conversations and make sure he's available for any conversations that anybody else would like to have. Not to mention, he has to start sending out letters.
Yeah, I think the first thing you have to do technically is take over an office.
Yes.
Yeah. So I, how much time did we have after you made me court physician before we left?
It was before we did the tour.
I mean, it was before
So
you even fucking left Norlon,
right?
so
I would have had time to set up an office as well.
You never mentioned
setting
up
an office. Pick up an office. I don't know if you had enough time to
you never described intentions.
Yeah, you should have a space that's yours.
Yeah.
Okay, I will continue furnishing that. But I also the first thing I need to do is make healing potions because I was given a direct order.
It's true.
Take at least 2.
They're 5 minutes. You can make 20 in a.
I'm going to
true.
make 4 just to just take care of our current killing.
Sorry, I was about to make it when no, you can make 12 in an hour. But I had to like.
That
but I
means
mean,
he's,
do a
you know,
batch, I
he
guess.
would be doing nothing but brewing healing potions.
Yeah.
You can't see it. I
Regardless,
just
I'm gonna be
mean mugged
making-
wherever Dallas was.
I'm going to be making 4 healing potions, and then I would request to be given leave to go to the anvil, because I really fucking would like an arm.
Arms are important.
Well, and also, I mean, I don't know exactly what he's brought up, but he's like talked about some of the systems of the preparatory for this. So
Yeah, I've given the baseline schematics to Ike Whalen.
I mean, you had surgery also, so.
Well, yeah.
he's gotten the prep done. So
Do you actually have to
Alright,
recover
well,
from the
roll
surgery
healing
or
potions.
something before you
That'll
start doing
block
that?
Not really, because I mean, it was removal of an already vestigial limb, so it probably wouldn't be that much of a recovery surgery. Probably the first couple of days I was like a bit out of it, but it's already been like 3 days, I think.
It's been
Well,
like
we had a boat trip,
Yeah, it was a couple weeks.
It's already
Oh
been
yeah,
at
we had,
least,
yeah, we
at
had
least
a
3 days
couple
by
weeks.
boat.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
so
fine.
you would have had time to convalesce at sea at minimum.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to double check something now.
No, it's if it was like a functional arm and I had amputated, it would be a lot more physical therapy. But because it was a vestigial limb, it's not like
Makes sense.
That's like an hour.
it'd be more than an hour. But
I mean, the actual
I think that
decision
may-
chart.
Sorry, I think that may have been X thinking about his other thing.
yeah. So yeah, I need to go to the anvil, and I need to make healing potions. I'll make the rolls for the healing potions.
And as for
I mean,
some
the-
skin, but that's 5 hours, so I'm not gonna push it.
You have a stone skin potion, or you should still, and it should
I
still
do.
be
It's for someone else in mine, but maybe never mind.
Well, then you should request for you should specify who you want to assign potions
Do
for.
that when I get back.
Anyway, like I said, yeah, you need to roll out the healing potion. However, you want to split up the rolls with your intent.
2 at a time.
Honestly, you like
Like a
I
fucking
understand
mage
that
or
they're
something.
like role playing wise, you need to go to the anvil to like actually get the structure made. But I'm pretty sure you've made all your rolls to like design it and make the raw materials. They can make your prosthetic, so that does not actually need to take up
Yeah. Well, yeah,
in
and
session
I
time.
honestly, I had a lot more role play planned when I wasn't before the discussions we had during the week.
Mhm.
So now I don't really have much other business there. So I probably was going to make a bigger deal of it back then, but not so much now. And
Well, I guess
Nico's
it's
had time
just
to
like
think
a
about some
carriage
things.
ride over there and a carriage ride back.
yeah.
You know.
Back in a day.
And the main thing is that actually casting Lifeless Limb is like another
Yeah,
multi-hour
that's gonna be another
process.
thing. So I'm gonna declare expert dice of
I
expert
think
dice.
if I would just need a middle match, I usually say 5 or 6.
I'll do 6. I like that number.
D1?
You want?
He's taking a second.
I think I wrote it right, right?
It looks right.
Yeah, it should be. He's
I
in.
think
He's in
that's
spot.
correct. Alright.
Hang
Hope
on.
it-
Is D1 online? Yeah,
It
D1's
is?
online.
There's D1's online. D1 just don't like me today.
It's, I don't know, maybe it's in multiple places, so maybe it's just being fucky.
Everyone has decided to start their game at 5:30 Pacific Standard Time.
Like, if you get D1, does it like
There we
technically
go.
share the shared thing with other things, or is it like all a
Alright,
separate
that's 2 matches, so that's 2 potions.
I mean, it's an app, so I don't actually know how Discord handles it. That probably means that your messages go to a server that's actually running the bot.
There, I guess what's like the server's being overloaded kind of thing.
Also, Dallas, you got to
do-
remember, if you making multiple potions, you got to declare multiple actions, and then that
I
point
did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I said I was making 2. I'm making 2 per
So
roll.
it's 2 and 2. That's fair.
Two, two. But the second
That
thing is
would
even.
mean that you would lose your expert dice.
Yes,
though,
that was the
first.
second thing then.
Yeah.
Oh, you lose your
Not that it
expert
mattered,
die?
but yeah,
Yeah,
you lose special dice first. I think you did only roll 1 set though on that.
No, you were. Wait.
I didn't see the 7s.
Sevens,
Oh, I
and the
didn't
rest
know
is
you
just, it's a
lost
straight
special dice
otherwise.
first. Okay, yeah. No, so that's only 1 on that one. And then the second one Alright.
And yeah, I think he's just overloaded right now.
D1 chugging along.
Practice other
I
people
also
using
used
at
it
the time.
because you can DM the bot and get the same response to the commands. I also like sent a test and it got back to me a little slow. So
Oh, where's my dice bag?
hopefully whatever his server
I don't-
load is
I don't think I would have
we
D10.
clear up a little.
Do I have 10 D10s? I should have 10 D10s.
Alright.
3
You
3.
have 10 D10s exactly for the system.
Second one, I also only make one.
You make one with
You only
a
make
with a
threes.
3 though.
Yeah.
don't
So
need
I'll
that
give that one to Leslok, so that'll
I only
heal
need
up
the 2.
both. Well, yeah, that'll heal up both your killing with one if it's 3 whip.
The 2
Yeah,
whip
right now.
just heals 2 already.
Yeah,
What?
it's simpler than that. Yes, it's not
It's
like
not
with
with
minus
minus
1,
one.
but
Oh, I don't know why I thought it was that. Anyway,
Because
okay,
you
so I
thought,
make.
you
I
thought
only need
like,
2 healing
because you
potions.
thought 1 whip is
Never
no
mind.
success.
Okay, so I give you 1, I'll take 1. I give you.
you should
defense,
take the
you're
3,
1.
I think, for the sake of it.
All right. There we go. Healing is done.
All right.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make one more potion roll just to have a stockpile.
Stockpiles are
Yeah,
important.
they
run a
keep
week.
for a week without any special treatment, and since you are in Stonehearth, you can probably store them in a basement to
Yeah.
make it last the full.
Looking at the conditions, I think that'll be easy to find in Stonehearth.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Cool,
lie.
dry
Ironically-
place.
Cold, dry place.
Honestly, what you
So
should
our
do is you
country-
should make like 10 of these, like in the background, like every week, and then just refresh that.
Well, he still has to physically roll though. Like
I mean,
it's not
yeah,
You
but
want a
with
fun
sorcery.
bet,
There's
sure.
no guarantees.
That's a D8.
Actually, technically there is guarantees, but that I think that's like the third level of one of the fucking
right.
esoterics. Is you can just go
I'm-
like
Also going to.
if you reduce the difficulty to 0, you just do it.
I think
I'm
that's a
going to
sure
attempt to
disagree.
make 2 because I'm fairly certain I won't roll a 9 straight, so I'll at least get 1 out of this.
All right, I got 10
H. Where
dice.
is it there?
mathematically unlikely.
Yeah, so Leslok does not have any shocks, so that part doesn't matter. So you would.
There
just
we
keep
go.
going
Two
with
times.
it.
There's
Two,
2.
Single
One is
location.
a 3. One is a 3 with. One is a 2 with. So I'll keep those stored on my person to hand out as needed.
Important.
And for Nicola, if you're taking the 3 with, you heal.
Yes. I heal
With
all
and
my
you heal
killing.
3 shock in a location of your choice, and then converts with and killing the shock.
Okay, so I just have 2 shock in the head, and
I have 2
Leslok
shock in my
has
arm,
2
which I guess
shock in
I'll
the
just. I have 2 shock in my arm, which they'll just go after I sleep.
Yeah,
I
basically.
believe I cannot
It'll pass.
heal you because I already did.
Actually, you have it. You did, Konrad.
Yeah, you
I
didn't.
healed
I don't think you
someone.
tried to roll healing
You healed
on
Konrad.
Well, like, okay, is it once per
Leslok
person
because
per day,
he
or
was
is it
he
once
had
per
only
day?
killing damage, so there wasn't anything you could do about that.
Is it 1 per person per day or 1 per day?
1 per person per day. It's because
Okay.
it's attempts to heal. It's
Hey,
not like
get over
D&D
here,
rules.
Marquis.
It's
All
you
right
know.
then. I guess like
I'm
you
gonna
can.
I'm gonna get you with my grabby hands. I will stitch you up.
Probably the best time I
Honestly,
need
with
to
the
ask.
healing potion, he probably doesn't need stitching because that magically makes the
No,
wounds
but
sew shut.
I will herb him up.
But now it's like
Swelling, I guess.
Yeah, like I'll give you a nice gauze wrap, something like that.
Probably
Make sure
I
it's
think we
clean.
have gauze.
So that's 3 sets.
Let it
My
wrap.
default expert dice is just 6. I'm just going to declare that now. I'm just always going to choose 6 unless it's a attack roll because there's no difference on that.
fair enough.
Oh,
All right.
unless it's a
Well,
difference. Never mind.
Leslok, that means you heal with and shock, so you're good.
It doesn't matter.
All right,
You're fully healed.
mark that down.
Thanks to the power of magic.
Right? Well, no, that one was the power of science.
Well, yes, I know, but what I mean is you skipped the killing parts thanks to magic, and then you
Yes.
did normal healing.
Magic
Right.
and science together.
That's
And
what
then
alchemy is.
Nicola will take a little bit of time to run out, get his arm prepped.
It would take at least a day, I would say, probably.
Probably like round trip, yes.
Yeah.
But again, the
You might as well do
timing
it
doesn't
now,
matter
I
too
guess.
much because it's about scenes. So Stonehearth team. I mean, Inos knows he's got a lot of redders. Rat.
Letters.
Raggy.
Okay, that was good.
But yes,
Next, we'll be asking Nicola or Konrad, if they'll do something for a Scooby snack.
but Inos is going to. He's probably been directing servants and whatnot to move what belongings he has up to a apartment on the second floor, and is seeing if he can rustle up a desk and chair at the very least for his office space. Actually, I don't know what the level of furniture making here is in Norlawn.
I mean, there's quite a variety of styles. It would depend on
Woodcarver's
what you're
Guild?
looking for.
Well, we're gonna look for something just basic right now because Enos has other things he wants to do, but he needs to write several letters.
A sturdy writing desk should be very easy to accomplish,
Yeah.
with a set of drawers, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So, some paper, some ink.
Fine Nolan timber.
Hug it.
I guess that was actually.
I'm pretty sure that for a writing desk,
I tried not to say that. I tried.
But Enos is going to pin a letter to each of the high houses, including the royal family. Yes, I know mahogany is a tropical word, but it's the joke, Omega. Let me have
I
the
know.
joke.
No, I know, but
Fine aspen desk.
there's several people who said mahogany. Also, I don't think aspen is a hardwood.
Fair. It was just the only thing I can think of at Winterwood. My bad. Probably wrong there too, actually.
We probably got a lot of pine, maybe some oak.
Pine.
I don't know what you would make it out
Coniferous.
of, but I'm willowing to bet that it'd be something.
Um,
I'll stop.
Willow's a
I
very
attacked
sturdy-
Alice.
Hey, Omega.
Dallas.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If you do stop thrust and you have at least one armor rating on your chest, does that just negate it? It reduces
No,
the
I think
killing
it's
of.
after you apply damage, you can reduce the damage you're actually dealing.
Oh, okay.
That's how I read
But
it.
it does specify there's no way you can do that if that would increase the amount of damage you're dealing through some reason.
Okay, because I was just thinking. Never mind. No.
I know what you're thinking. It doesn't matter. Yes, Inos.
so Enos is going to pin as the new master of ceremonies.
Huzzah.
Huzzah, indeed. But about this year's summer court, and we'll be sending. Oh, what do I want to say? He'll be laying out that basically, yes, we are happy to have you here for summer court. Would you please let us know if you'll be expecting us to find you some arrangement, or you'll be able to manage on your own? If you and basically worded as, if you're expecting us to figure it out, you may not. We might not be able to find you such spacious accommodations.
Yeah. So RSVPing, probably?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. That's what I was going to say before.
But that's going to the high houses. There will be a slight alteration to the one being sent to House Oro, basically insinuating that if Noctiluca Raremouse could be brought along, he would take that as a personal favor.
Did you tell any of us who were sending these out?
I mean, yes, no, this would be well known. This was discussed at
Yeah, we
summer
talked
court,
about this
the
last time,
summer
yeah.
court.
I'm not telling anyone that I'm adding a personal note to have one of the girls I'm into make sure she comes, but
No, that's fine. Nicola would just request that he add to House Marins an offer, obviously not a demand, because that's not how you do things, of accommodation at the manor that I just purchased.
yes, no. Yes, in House Marins, Enos will include that the court physician has offered the use of his manor for their stay, if they would find that amendable. And I'll also pin in House Verities that they do have a manor here, although it is has not been upkept, and if they wish to use it, probably best to send someone ahead of time.
Yeah.
With that, also send one to the High King's household. I'm pretty sure I don't directly address it to the High King. Just be like, yo, Roddy, what's up? I got some deets for you for summer court. No, I don't think we do that.
No, technically, I think you would address that to the office of the Lord Chamberlain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just basically inform them that we have a tentative schedule for how what we'd like to do for summer court. Explain that we have a we are suggesting 4 weeks, and if we can have an idea of when the High King may wish to set out and arrive, we can, start preparing accordingly.
A proposed itinerary.
Yes. And he is going to basically bundle all these letters with Kaleno and her 2 sisters, and in a way that makes sense. I'm not going to actually figure out who goes where, but
That's okay. That's their job.
yeah. And
You pass them a big pack of letters, and then they figure it out.
Yeah.
We're just imagining
One bird
three
brains,
harpies standing in a
figures out.
triangle, just like holding up, like ye old, wax sealed envelope, and going, okay, this one goes here, this one goes here, and then passing them back and forth. One of them goes, wait, nope, trade you, pass back.
Mhm.
They'll figure it out.
I don't want to go here. Why do you always go here?
Inos will also, inquire to their accommodations here so far. It has probably been a couple days, so just want to make sure that everything is okay with them. I don't know where exactly they've been put up, but
Somewhere with roof access. You have a lot of, storage barns and buildings. You've got an attic.
Inos will mention that if they have any problems, just bring them to him and he will get them sorted out.
Mhm.
But he will send them off with that. And is Nicola's gone right now, isn't he?
Yep.
Right this second, yeah.
I will probably be out for 2 days.
Yeah,
Because I gotta get my arm, and then I gotta make my arm come alive. And that is a process.
that is a process. But is Alestra still here in Stonehearth, or did she already run off back to the Silver Tower?
Unless you would have told Lord Gridarvol to stay. He's probably
Likely gone back with him.
gone while you guys have been working on stuff.
All right, then I'll have to have that discussion with her when we go to the Silver Tower. So I'm assuming that she would have gone back with her father.
Yeah.
Okay.
She does still. She is Lady in Waiting Gridarvol. I don't know why my brain did not.
Heir.
Yes, heir. That's the word. My brain just was like, nope, you're not getting the word here.
Okay, so that conversation will have to wait. I do have a conversation I want to have with Aurelia. I don't know if now is the exact right time to have it, though. I'll ask if there's anything else that anyone wants to do before I start taking up more of the spotlight. Loth is muted.
I need Loth.
Sorry, no, I muted because I needed to fart.
Okay.
Well,
Very
What?
specific demand, but sure.
Sorry, did that cut out? Did that not?
no.
No.
No, we did not expect you to say that.
Okay, but I do have something to say, but Axe go first.
Oh, you say it, because mine's the whole thing.
Yeah, he was just saying that he needed you for something.
Okay. Because I was looking through some martial paths and doing some thinking. I think for the moment, or for this, I think Logesh would try to see if he could ask Moira Two Swords for some sparring practice.
Oh, you want to spar, do you?
Yes, specifically
Moira
against her
unfolds
with...
all of her bones and swords.
She
Did you know Grievous gift?
Wait, one of her bones.
Sword?
She
Whatever bones
stretches
she's holding a
every
sword.
single joint of her body.
Yeah,
The
I
cracks
specifically
are
want
immense.
I was
to
surprised
spar
you
her when
sword
she's
your mother.
wielding two swords, because, hey, I'm going to use this as a good chance to watch... No, Kibimaru, no! Sorry. I'm going to use this as a chance to observe her stance and fighting style, and also maybe pick up a two-handed sword style, maybe. But yeah, that's the idea.
Okay, so
Yeah,
let's...
Moira's very content to do drills, especially after that stuff. What did happen?
Yep. I'm down to clown to get my ass kicked, but this is a learning experience.
Yeah.
We don't even need to roll. We could just say he loses, because obviously.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Well, and like I said, if you're going for more of a like actual match based sparring, then yes, pretty sure her overall skill at the sword is probably better than yours. I recently respect all her martial paths. But
actually like
good. I was gonna say no. Like I said, I think she's very much in a training mood, and in addition to actually sparring, she will probably be doing some like basic forms and teaching manuals, to Aurelia basically the next day as well. Because Aurelia is also eager to practice. But yeah, what were you gonna say, X?
I'd like to join in after a point.
Easily done. They're probably in the I was gonna say the quad. I don't know if that's technically true because I don't actually know if the stone hearth walls form a square. In the courtyard. Like I can't imagine in the middle of spring there's a better place to practice.
Fair.
So as mentioned from your office, it's probably very easy to hear the clink clink of practice swords.
I'm forgetting this. At some point, I'd like to directly actually spar with Logesh.
Oh, with me.
Yes.
Okay, after I get my ass handed to me, let's go.
Yeah, how much in sword do you actually have, Logesh?
5.
Okay. Is that now? That's in your sword skill period.
Yes.
Okay.
I have coordination 4, so 9d10.
All right, so
I did say it without
you roll as
We're on
many
the same
dice as
point.
Moira does, but she has a master die.
Yeah.
But if you were much more interested in her two-handed style, that is definitely then she will probably be working on that one, which involves lots of close strikes, long strikes, etc. A lot of this strategy of her two short sword style is to like get inside. Oh god, there's a duo of these. It's too bad you can't post two gifts side by side, Discord.
I know.
But like a lot of the strategy is to like get inside your opponent's guard. So definitely, she shows you a few tricks.
Yep. But after that, I'm assuming Leslok shows up and wants to spar with me afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay then. What would you like me to spar with? My polearm or with my sword?
I like the synergy of the sword right now.
Okay. Of course, with practice sword.
I mean, yes.
I feel like
So,
Moira
if I may
shoots
ask,
a quirked eyebrow at you, but she's basically gonna officiate.
If I may ask, what brought this on?
I felt it was more of an apt way to ask you a few things, and also just, I guess, see how you've grown.
My little cousin seeing how much I've grown? Okay. Not sure that picked up. I cracked my knuckles.
Kind of.
I'm rolling my wrist right now, so you probably don't hear it either.
That we probably don't hear. No.
Yeah. Okay, this one I will roll for. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and roll your sword pools.
I'm
Unless you guys
going.
really want to blow by blow this, but
No, the
No,
short point is
the
I'm
sword's
going
gonna be the
to. Mostly what I'm going to do is I do a sword roll, and I'm just going to put in a parry in there for no penalty because it's deflecting blow.
fair enough.
I'm gonna see 2 6s
I believe.
Let's see how else goes.
and 2 3s. Well, fuck me, I guess.
I'm going to make those 10s the parry and the 9s the attack.
No, I mean you don't have to do that, but sure.
Oh right, yeah, I'm fighting.
I mean, this is also
maybe
what I
not
was
for the
saying
ten.
was
You forgot. It's axe and dice.
well that's what I was saying. This does not have to be a blow by blow. You're not literally gonna knock his ass out.
Okay, no, that's fair.
I'm just saying, like I was envisioning this if you guys did not want to actually spar moment by moment.
That's
it is
fair.
just an opposed like a contested sword roll. So
Yeah, that's what I was
310
going
gets his
for.
ass easy.
Well, okay.
I'm not even mad that I lost. I'm just happy and proud. Look at you.
No, I should. Yeah. Leslok's going to help Logesh up.
Oh, you're saying you knocked me on my ass?
Yes, because I hit you in the torso, I would have done submitted kneel, so you would have been on your ass.
He does automatically
You
down
also trying
people.
to stab me through my heart? Is this a courtship thing? Nah, I'm just joking. But, okay, yes. What would you like to ask, little cuz? Little Marquis? Marquess? Whatever we say.
Now that we're back here, and a lot of things are the same, and also a lot of things are different. Are you happy where you are right now?
You mean the fact that I'm not the Marquess?
That you're my Chevalier?
Or... Well, to be fair, if I wasn't your Chevalier, who would be your Chevalier? I would honestly recommend Everhelm. Good lad. Knows his stuff. Definitely not Inos. That man is more of a limelight kind of guy.
No, he's the most overqualified man I had in a position in my court right now.
You know, true. Can't dispute that.
I think he means for
I think
talking.
you know what that word
Oh.
means.
I
Because
give
not
you
only
back.
is
The
Michael
way we'll probably say
overqualified.
this to Enos' face, but from the back, I don't think I can resist having her say that. Like, well, I think he's only been a chain fighter for 2 or 3 years. He's probably the best person I've ever seen at that, but it's also really rare.
I think Leslok is referring to his other achievements, as an AKA being a master smith and also being really good at diplomacy. It would be a waste to have him as just a Chevalier.
I also think it's not befitting of him.
The second part I agree with. The saying, it's not befitting of him. What's the China phrase? I resemble that remark.
I mean, you're the most impressive story. I should just stop myself before I start saying things I can't keep up with.
I'm learning. Sorry.
I feel like Mara just kind of like adjusts her shirt collar a little, maybe not quite preens, but just says, "You can say it. I'm the best swordswoman you've ever seen."
I mean, yes, that is true.
You are the best swordswoman I've ever seen.
Yeah, exactly.
But
You're the best sword person I've ever seen.
yeah. Let's be inclusive here. Better than some other guys.
I mean, I
I've seen.
saw Konrad beat like 8 dudes in like 30 minutes.
No, I'm pretty sure she'd. No offense, Conrad. I'm pretty sure she'd knock him on his ass.
She did.
I mean, yeah, no, Comrade definitely. Admittedly, that was many
never
experience
mind.
points ago, but also I did rejigger her stats since then. So
Yeah,
like,
nah, like maybe
I don't think
Lars,
he'd be a
but I don't
good
think I've ever
challenge.
seen him
But-
fight.
To get back on track,
Yes.
what are you getting at here?
wanted to ask.
Because clearly there is a reason for you to ask. Sorry, I interrupted you, but there's a reason you are asking this question.
I wanted to ask, is this what you want it to be now? Or if there's something else you had in mind for a long time?
Let's see. Do I want to go from my normal stance of being somewhat protective of you to being somewhat protective of you again to something else? Let's see here. Well, a little Leslok. Yes and no. I am discovering my own wants and desires, besides from, making sure our family line continues. And making sure that you and Konrad have a good life. So yeah, at some point, I would like to grow out of being your Cavalier. As you know, as a lot of people know, I have had a certain injury to my chest, thanks to one Einar Espada. Both physically and emotionally.
A mark to the heart that would never truly heal, as I think someone worded it before.
Yes, so eloquently worded before. But,
actually,
yes.
That reminds me of a similar thing I wanted to know.
What is this that you would like to know?
If those... If you had to choose between the two of them, Einar and Rodrigo, and it was going to actually be a war in Celticy over them, who would you pick?
If I had to choose, literally had to, I'm pretty sure he would understand, but I'd choose Einar. And I know Rodrigo would understand my reasonings of why.
He may understand, but he still may not forgive.
Yeah.
They're espadas. They do not forgive.
They only wait.
But I'm hoping it doesn't get to that. Really hoping, but who the fuck? Fucking hell.
All right, that's a really good gift.
I'm starting that
Saving
one.
that one.
I can store that one for later.
Also, now and start the conversation like that. That's like, this is like 3 points in. But yeah, that's fair. I'm being insecure.
You guys are having fun.
So anyway, now that we've spotted, I kicked your ass. So who would you choose in the Civil War?
No.
But
I mean, you brought up Idara.
It's just, who would you choose? Your best friend or the girl you're crushing on? Or not your best friend, but a close friend.
Yeah, a good friend. My best friend is
Logesh has never heard of Bros Before Hoes.
Or is it a spot he'd understand?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying he'd understand.
That's certainly an opinion that your character has, yes.
Yes. It could be completely wrong, and that's fine.
Yeah, we're allowed to be wrong.
So, yes, that is my choice. Why do you ask this? I want to understand where you're coming from with this.
I just wanted to know your stance on things. That's because I've not really ever had time or thought to ask you about what you think about things at times.
Okay. I was going to admonish you for asking me about this for purely curiosity's sake. But since you've recontextualized it as wanting to know me, shall we also just, I don't know, set aside some time tonight? Sit in your new study and just talk?
Sure. Actually, no, that would be nice, yes.
Yes, preferably without an audience or, anyone else.
Inos, you're not here to correct us.
Well, that's why I'm typing.
So we shall pray return when needed. But
that is actually an accurate way to say that, yes. That's an apt way to say that.
Well, I mean no offense to anyone nearby. When it comes to matters of my heart, feelings, personalities, I like it to be between me and the person I'm talking to.
Man, I kind of wish that Inos was here now.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
and Logesh would get the same response.
If Nicola was here, he would give you a knowing nod.
Well, yeah, no. I would like my relationships to be between me and my parents, but I got fucking dueled over it.
Mine's always gonna be a front page of
that's
some like
the consequence
newspaper.
that happens when you decide to make things that are really shiny and valuable.
And like
I'm
enough
not
to like
gonna
change an
stop,
economy.
I'm gonna
princesses.
freak people out with this sword I'm gonna make.
Hey, it's a fucking masterwork. But yeah, I lost my train of thought. Right. now.
Choo choo.
So yeah,
I would like that too, but considering how everything seems, if I do anything romantic, it shows up on tomorrow on the front page of a paper.
Yeah, I don't think anyone actually figured out that was Inos.
No. If I have an inkling of the idea, like it's too like coincidental, but I feel like that'd be so weird if it was.
thank you, Aren. So, little Leslok. When we're in private, we can discuss this some more. But for right now, I hope you understand my reluctance to discuss this out loud.
That's fine.
I've never,
Just
as you
from
know,
where she's been doing her forms in the corner, Aurelia says, "I could leave if you like. Though, cuz, if you keep calling the Marquess Little Leslok, I think he's going to have to kick your ass again."
and I welcome it. I want to see how much he's improved.
Since 5 minutes ago?
Exactly. There's always a room for improvement.
When you
And
when
what
you
better way to
phrase that
prove-
as "there's always room for improvement," I think Aurelia gets a multifaceted look across her face, and then goes back to kicking the shit out of a training dummy.
A test of your reflexes!
What better way to prove he doesn't need a chevalier than kicking the ass of his chevalier? Or it just proves that I need to improve, which, fair enough.
I made a point of myself that I would be good enough with the sword that I would never be seen as helpless, though it is your job to make sure that I would never need to defend myself unless I put myself in danger directly.
Yes.
Actually, I
Or,
think
you know-
even if you do put yourself in danger, he is kind of honor bound for that one.
I always expect him to be
I
there,
don't-
yes.
Yeah. Then again, I don't think a sword can help defend you from when a log hits you in the head, but we'll work on that.
It wasn't my head, but yes.
Oh, your arm. I don't know which one happened.
It's fine, a lot of things happened all at once.
Technically, it was area killing, so it was just kind of like all over.
So, shall we get back to sparring and then save this discussion for later?
Yes,
Or shall I turn the tables on you and ask you about your love life?
I don't think really much has changed there, my dude.
I don't think much has changed,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
I know. I just wanted to say it.
Do you guys want to go, hang out behind the shed and talk about the girls you like?
Woohoo!
Well, that's a noise I've never heard at all before.
I'm just imagining Loth kicking up his little feetsies when he says it that way.
I almost did start kicking my feet.
We're
I
fucking
did put my
business
hands
with
up, start shaking them like, yee!
But
To
have
really
fun.
sell that for me.
I want to have I don't know where else to really describe this, but I guess we talk privately later. Bring the sword too.
The sword? Okay.
Magic sword.
I never actually got a
It
chance
is-
to look at it directly, and I think now's the time any.
Oh, well, this is not anything to do with relationships, so Logesh would just go over to his equipment, grab it, and just hand it to you.
I feel
Walk
slightly
away.
thrown off guard by just how sudden that was.
You're not
If you wanted to look at
I
it,
And
This is-
this, I think, is kind of how Logesh's character beats go, is that Loth described him as the kind of person who does not always react the exact same way most people would. So you ask him about relationship stuff, and he's like, I would prefer to keep that private. You ask him about his magic sword, and he's just like, oh, my magic sword? Clonk.
You mean
Yeah.
this one?
Hits you in the face.
You ever, besides the actual hunt, did you ever actually practice with that, both the magic in it?
Not with the magic in it, no. That was more so going off of raw intuition.
Huh.
And also what was explained to me by the one who bequeathed this to me.
Trying to. Leslok would remember her name. I do
Mercedes.
not.
That's why I didn't say a name. I also
It was
forgot.
Mercedes. It's not that hard.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. The only reason I remember it is because it's a Fire Emblem character. So
Gifted by
It's
Mercedes.
like Kevin's called her Aunt Mercy.
Yeah,
You're
it's
right.
really easy.
I just remember a lot of the other components of that visit.
No, it's okay. I just added in a note to Arjun, like, just added in brackets, gifted by Mercedes in all caps.
Well, yeah, no, the sword is a sword. It's long sword pattern. Pretty straight blade, pretty straight cross guard.
You know,
Now, I
it
hope
is
you're not
intended
thinking
to be
of-
used in one or two hands.
Yeah. To be fair, I didn't
Leslok
have a...
can tell from looking at it that it's also Loth. You got to stop just responding to shit like he says in text. That's why he's in text.
Fair.
If he wanted you to respond out loud, he would say it out loud. But no. Yeah, Leslok, if you examine Argent Light, it's pretty straightforward. The main thing that you think is fairly recognizable about it is that, you know, the blade is clearly made of some sort of iron and silver alloy or silvered plating. But yeah, otherwise very straightforward. Was there something you were thinking of utilizing with you know?
I kind of wish there was like an actual like detect magic or examine spell in Vilcraft. Is there? Am I forgetting one?
No.
I don't know. And that would, I guess, that would just be Hear the Soul. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
You can kind of tell the nature has a chance, but yeah,
Yes.
it's in there. I mean, I won't make you roll eerie. You know it's magical already.
Yeah. Do you know the legend this is associated with?
I think you all talked about it out loud.
Yes, no,
Do
we
you
let-
not remember
right.
when I did research at the fucking Tredesim
No, you're right.
on Astrican Hill
No.
about
Yeah,
the
I,
Oh,
was
fucking
saying,
you're
I,
house?
think, I think you all talked
You're
about
right.
it out loud.
I just don't remember if it was
Hey,
only
I
like, I
need
think,
you to
you know,
come
did
with
it
me.
on his
I need
own
you to
or
come-
not.
I need you
I've-
to come with me. to
Hey,
my
hey,
next
Nicola, do you
session.
have you
I
bought
believe
Mentat
Marquis-
elixir yet?
I believe the Marquis
No,
is suffering
Listen,
from
I still have
amnesia.
5 in Eyes of the Flame, like Leslok would remember. And this is just an axe problem. This is just an axe problem. Of being,
I mean,
like,
it's
that was,
fair,
like,
but
fucking-
still.
That was months ago. That was literally over a month ago.
I remember it.
Was
Well,
that
good
a
for you.
Tredesim
Remember
moment
it.
a month ago?
Also, that was not a month ago. That was less than a month ago.
Was it? I don't know if that would be 4 weeks.
It might be exactly a month.
I think it might
You know-
exactly
you
be
know-
a month.
Was it exactly 4 weeks?
You know what? I
Maybe.
can picture this. It's Leslok with his perfect memory. And he's like, I remember this perfectly. Do you?
We can twist it like that, but like I said, I'm sorry. I was a little exasperated. I'm just like,
Are you right? You're right. Like when I heard the fucking desk bang, it's like, oh, that was the wrong move.
We literally went through this.
That's every time I'm like,
I
oh,
was
okay,
like-
I fucked up.
I was really out of it during those sessions, and I remember.
all right, but
remember-
enough about that. Axe understands. We can move on from
Yes.
it.
Yes,
Like
this
the
is a
barometer.
sword related to. This is me forgetting now.
Grail Knight.
Chalice
Yes.
Knights.
Chalice
Not a
Knights.
grail.
Chalice.
The Chalice
13
Knights.
I'm thinking
Knights
of,
the
I'm fucking
Chalice.
thinking of Warhammer. God damn it.
God damn it. Okay. But yes. Logesh would
Maybe I do need to
recount.
get that Mentat elixir formula.
No, I, the human being, need it, not less like the Marquess.
God, I wish I could get that as a human being. Fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
Plus one
isn't that
knowledge
just
for
called
3
Adderall?
hours or whatever. Yeah, sounds
Just
great.
give me better memory retention.
Oh no, that's not Adderall.
Okay, so yes.
I mean, that would be commercialized as fuck, but yeah.
I
Anyway.
do know the legend. I was hoping to work myself up to feeling like I earned the sword, but, given the circumstances of that time, that thing needed to go.
Yes. I think you did the right move. And regardless of how you feel about it, you are still the inheritor of the sword.
Yes.
I mean, Mercedes did say that she found it in a lake.
Yeah, there's nothing to stop. There's nothing to stop. Stop
Calling
him
it
just being
back,
like, "Hey,
yeah.
this is your sword now," and then just washing his hands of it.
I mean, she knows its name, but that's different.
So, where are you going with this?
I wanted to ask if no longer how long it would take, or maybe it'll be something you'll think about and not actually act upon. But would you ever think about taking up the quest?
No? What? Okay, hold on. So, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but despite our family and everyone in it, I'm not as religiously minded as everyone else. I see this as a cool fancy sword with a legend attached to it. That must be respected, of course. But if this was given to, say, Konrad or Inos, they would be more invested in it. For me, though, I'm trying to see the practical applications of this.
I mean,
Some
talking
fanciful
about it, I
relic in the
don't care
long
about it.
past? Maybe. Does it help us now? Cool. Is it easily obtainable? I'd rather focus on what we can do and what we can know, like, say, for instance, the places of power. Who knows? Maybe in one of those places we'll find a magical chalice-like object.
He was agnostic kid in the group. I mean, I have such a religion too now.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
No, which means
Yeah,
I've
I
seen
just
you
know.
roleplay this character for 41 and a half sessions.
I mean, I know the gods are real. Like, it's just...
You don't care
but
about them.
Leslok is very non-committal about that.
Well, that's
Nicola
fair,
slightly
I
offended,
guess
he
technically
was
that
not
would make him
mentioned.
like a deist. He's just like, well, God is real. He made the world, but none of that shit matters to me right now.
We still have plenty of sites of power, places of power, ley lines to investigate, so I'd rather focus on that than a different legend. If somehow they combine or they intersect, sure, great, but I'm not going to go looking for a cup. I need to make sure, A, that you're safe, B, our land flourishes, and C,
Some other third thing.
this one is even more awkward to say, but I end up with the gal I like?
I mean, we all dream that to some degree.
Yeah, but I'm not usually the one who says that out loud.
I feel like Leslok should reach over and just tap Logesh on the top of the head with the sword. Because hey, remember how that part how just now he said, make sure our land flourishes? Yeah, what's one of the things the cup does?
It brings prosperity and like power.
No. The cup is actually the cup legend's actually very specific.
Yeah,
Alright.
if you pour it upon the land flourishes, literally.
If you put water in the cup and drink from the cup, the water never runs out, and also it probably heals you. If you pour it on the land, yes, the land flourishes.
And I guess I feel like I could not say it nicely, but I feel like Leslok could like poetically say, like talk about like I even said the actual verse from the story of being like what it does, and it's like technically that would help our shortages by a large margin, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know if you're trying
Yes.
to convince Leslok to not like Logesh to find the fucking cup. Honestly, Axe, I'm not entirely sure why you're asking these questions.
But to give short answer, I am not gonna seek the holy chalice.
Okay.
Would you?
if a lead presented itself and I had the time for it.
So he's gonna sit on his ass and wait for a MacGuffin to fall into his lap. Got it.
I can create the MacGuffin myself, thank you.
We've still got like
You're still gonna
the
sit on your
Grand
ass
Tree
about
and
it.
Core Board. We've still got Rubus Rife and Wintertop to look at.
Yeah, we do actually.
But
I
if
just feel
that's
like in
all,
the backdrop, Aurelia's just kind of like tapping her boot and says out loud, "If you don't mind me intersecting on your private conversation,"
Being held
stare
publicly
around
in the courtyard.
the open courtyard. Brother, cousin, you're doing that thing where you're just kind of talking past each other real quick. Logesh, Leslok is asking you, what you want to do with your life in the long term because we're still young and he's not so much of an egotistical idiot that he wants you to be shackled to him for the rest of your life. Especially because, as you've said, the girl you're interested in, she just pauses right there to once again, have the universe contemplate the irony of that statement. Is, pretty well placed in a foreign house, quite far away.
Yep.
So, you're gonna have to spread your wings on your own. And also, you both are very interested in the practical aspects of the magical cup thing. Brother, Logesh is the kind of person who's very focused on, what he can do here and now, and obviously he wants to do more and feel like he's appreciated and valuable to the family, besides for just standing there and soaking up crossbow bolts meant for you. Or whatever it is he actually does.
I have to hold in being like Nicola's on that better, but I can't say that. That's
Never
stupid.
mean to Nicola. He's not even here. Aurelia might say under her breath, Nicola's perfectly capable of that. But
myself.
It's also I know this one's going to be odd for you, considering that you've managed to accrue a decent number of wealth, power, and titles, just because you were born first. But some of the rest of us have to work at what we're doing. I think when she says that, she offhandedly, like with her offhand, smacks the training dummy she was working on. Currently, I'm trying to work on hitting things with swords better. But for some reason, this guy, points at Logesh, needed to speak to my teacher about learning how to hit things with swords better. And then, you hit him with swords. It's a great cycle, brother, where we're all hitting each other with swords.
I feel this goes back to that joke about how many swords does it take to fucking
fix a light bulb.
yeah.
I had a thing in my thought of I think I was gonna say it in my head, but it's like, wait, no, that's actually the worst thing to say. But I'm just gonna put it in the chat because I think it's funny.
That's okay. We could use the chat for side jokes we don't want to say in character.
Excellently summed up.
Honestly, that might be great stress relief. I'm not gonna lie. So, new idea for the fucking summer court. We need to have a dunk tank, and we need to put the Marquess in it.
Oh my god, a dunk tank! You could rig that up. That's very simple mechanically.
Have it ever been done before?
Has a couple points in throw.
Nicola will not be allowed in the dunk tank.
We can put you in the dunk tank.
No, I understand that. No, Nicola would not be allowed to throw.
Nah, makes sense.
Nicolas
Yeah,
are
you'd be too
up
good
and
at it.
coming.
You're too good at it.
Yeah, I will sing you.
House ball star.
Anyway, I think I'm going to take this opportunity to interrupt
All right, go ahead.
this conversation because I have decided that wherever our courtyard is, my office overlooks it. So a window. I'm sorry, what was that?
Nice view.
Yeah. I could have swore I heard like someone else say something at that, but
I said makes sense.
yeah. But a window on the second story bumps up, and an iron demon pokes his head out, looks around, and's like, "Oh, Aurelia, are you busy right now?"
Evidently not. Pointed look at Logesh and Leslok.
Are they doing that thing where they try to talk to each other and they don't make sense?
Now we've moved to making sense, but the other one's not as good as picking up on what they're saying.
Ah, I see.
This is my reputation. This is my legacy.
Yes.
And Aurelia, would you mind coming up to my office? I'd like to have a word with you.
She, just kind of, she like turns to Moira, and Moira just kind of nods and, basically says she's dismissed.
Really have fun learning sorcery.
And then
I can't find a gift for it, but I really want that moment from Kreia, just like, and in privacy, we'll be away from bumbling fools and idiots.
But Inos will call out tomorrow. And it's like, I won't have her long. Just want to go over a few things. And then, pop back in.
So I have a question. Is this during the day that Nicola is out?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I won't do anything.
Yeah, so, Aurelia probably, packs up her kit and goes off. I could have her try and, just leap straight up to the window, 7-league boots, but we won't. She's not that good at that.
Cool. Note to self, I need to
And
put
honestly,
an escape ladder out the window.
Yeah, rope ladder.
I mean, you got a chain. So I genuinely, when you said you were gonna interrupt, I was wondering if Inos was gonna just Spider-Man chain his way back down into the courtyard, but no.
No, I already got a Macedonian climb, funnily enough. But
it's true. But yeah, Aurelia will depart, and honestly, Moira will probably look at the two of you and be like, if Leslok and Logesh don't need anything, she's probably also going to excuse herself.
If Moira wants to come to this talk too, I wouldn't mind. She might actually have some insight on it.
I guess within some time of it then, Leslok's going to show Logesh some of his own sword techniques.
Hey, check this out.
I'm going to show you the later instances of lightning strikes and noble dueling stuff, so you at least may pick up later.
I'm scrolling up.
Yep.
By the way, I should mention Nicola no longer has Kumita.
Good, because you can't say it right.
How do you actually pronounce it?
It's Kumita.
It should be Ku Matalo.
Oh, come
Or
on.
Matalo.
There's a couple of extra vowels that Dallas keeps missing.
Anyway, I picked up bear wrestling instead.
Oh, nice.
Because Nicola's entire inspiration for picking up unarmed was Matthias Gladwood, so it just kind of makes sense.
Does make sense. And now you got 2 arms. Well, what's
Bear arms.
God, that's gonna be so. I'm just picturing the future. That's gonna be so annoying. Nicola's gonna be with his lifeless limb, and some of the bear wrestling tricks.
Yeah.
And now I
will
just
genuinely try not to abuse it.
I don't know if Dallas
Okay,
has
you
played
can go
this,
for it.
but
It's still you got to grapple, but it's like one of those things of just like, I'm going to, hello, I'm grappling you with my arm that has an unbreakable skeleton inside it. I made the core of this arm out of adamantine. But yes, no, Moira will depart shortly after the two of them go there to do their bits.
Yeah, and I'm feeling like this is the end of the vignette.
yeah.
At least the first half of the scene, yeah.
I feel like I fumbled it, but I'll just have to get ready for this.
There's a lot of points that you could have hammered on and been a little bit more direct in, but you can do what you do.
I mean, I think Aurelia's opinion slightly reflects mine out of character. She just said it in a different way, but
Yeah.
I think both of you had good articulated points about, both asking and answering questions. It was just the kind of thing, like I said, where there were times where it kind of felt like you two were talking past each other.
I'm not good at roleplay or talking sometimes. I admit that.
I want to be better.
Anyway, Inos will, call for some
By the
tea, make sure there's a couple chairs out, and wait for Aurelia.
Yeah. No, Aurelia does pop in.
So, Aurelia, good. Have a seat. Would you like some tea?
Probably.
Inos will pour and serve her a cup. And, he'll, like, sit on the edge of his writing desk, arms crossed, Oh, what kind of look do I want to say it is? It's...
Brooding?
No, it's in the brooding... It's in the brooding family.
Contemplative?
Yeah, maybe contemplative, consternated. Consternated, I think that's a good one. There's something bothering him, but it's not, Right, it's all like... Enos will go, well, first off, I have the need to apologize. With everything going on recently, I haven't had much time to watch after your studies in soulcraft.
She kind of swirls the tea and says, "Oh, it's fine. I think things are progressing pretty well. It's not the area I clearly need practice in."
No, and unfortunately, soulcraft isn't necessarily going to help you in that area much either. It's like...
Oh, really, mentally, not yet.
Like, soulcraft is a wonderful thing. It is great for enhancing, enchanting, examining. But eradicating, not so much. Need a bit more prep work for that.
Flashback to Enos explodifying people.
I mean, that's a 5th intensity spell. I don't think Inos is ready to teach Aurelia that one.
No. It's like, for what it's worth, you are doing well with what you have, especially in combat situations. I do believe you are correct, and probably having to focus more on your martial disciplines in the meantime. Does not mean I'm giving up on you as my student. As we go to the Silver Tower, we'll make ourselves known there, and maybe at some point a trip to the Dragon's Eye will be... I'm sorry, I mentally blank.
Necessary?
Necessary, yes, thank you. Will be necessary. It's like there's... Enos does trail off of there. It's like there's a power underneath that eye. That you didn't like. They say if you wander those tunnels long enough, you can find the old kingdom of Dea Tacita down there. Places closer to her than any. So it might be good for your soulcraft there. Pick up a few things. But in the meantime, I think I will relent on trying to cram as much knowledge into your head. Make sure you have enough time to practice the sword, practice the sword, and practice whatever technique Moira can drill into you.
I just feel like at this moment Moira should just slide in through the door and, flop into one of your other seats. She's taken to that one pretty well.
That's good.
A little rough, but we'll get there.
Yeah. Once we get done with this, once things settle down a bit more, we'll consider taking up your studies more in earnest. See if we can maybe indoctrinate you into some of the mysteries of soulcraft. How do you feel about that, Aurelia? Are you okay with focusing on your sword work, your blade work now, and the soulcraft later, or would you want to maintain some sort of balance?
She kind of nods along and says, "No, I think that suits me just fine. Obviously, you need time to do your own things with your..." She gestures at the office.
Yes. That was...
and at this point, I think, Aurelia seems like she's going to continue with something, but Moira kind of leans forward and says, Not to mention, you lot have planned a very shiny, fancy tournament. Obviously, well, it would be kind of wrong of me to sit out if it was here and I was here. But she kind of folds her arms and says, "I think it would be right impressive if the young miss also performed." And I think we can't stop Lord Konrad from entering the tournament if we, covered all his limbs in iron and threw him in a lake.
But just between you and me, I am pretty sure the entire reason Konrad suggested said tournament was so he could fight in it.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty obvious.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that subject, Master Inos?
What, fighting in a tournament?
It is all allowed weapons.
Yes, I don't think chains are in the regulated weapons for dueling.
You'd be surprised. You probably didn't hear me outside your window since you were so busy with gestures at stack of letters. I do actually think, though, that you're probably one of the best chain fighters I've ever seen in my life. You've been practicing how many years?
Oh, about 3?
It's pretty impressive for someone of your age and short time span.
Well, I gave up a lot of things to focus on it. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to be quite busy during the event. I probably won't have time to make any particular showing. I do agree that Aurelia, you should definitely enter, though. It's like, if I understand Konrad badly, he wants the tournament so he can gain experience fighting varied and different foes. The more people you fight, the better you generally are and better. And if you aren't in danger of dying, so more the better.
Aurelia, I think, kind of nonsense, and glances between you and Moira and says, "I can think of a few people I wouldn't mind practicing on, or getting the better of."
Oh, don't we all, Aurelia?
Yeah, I think this is a context where Aurelia would bring it up. She kind of swirls her tea again and narrows her eyes a little. Says, "It's a long shot, so maybe not this year, but I wouldn't mind paying back one Miss Ainara Espada. I'm not quite sure what Logesh sees in her, but regardless of what happened after, she did get him pretty good at the party. And gods know we've all been joking about it since then."
I refuse to let that one die, unfortunately. It's one of the few good needlings I have against Logesh. Inos seems to be contemplating something. And then turns to Moira. Moira. Should I give Aurelia an enchanted blade?
Moira kind of pauses and says, "Well, I think she knows which end of a sword to hold pretty good. That's what your concern is." She kind of tilts her head.
It is, but Aurelia, Aurelia, Soulcraft is, like I said, it's great at enchanting. We can make the sharpest swords. We can make weapons with lives of their own. We can make hammers hit harder, spears reach further, and arrows fly farther. But that's putting our effort into the tool. And the tool, no matter how good it is, does not necessarily make up for skill. There have been many a story about people who have received such magical items and relied on them thinking they were their own power, only to fall to ruin. I do not think you are such a person, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure what to do. I ask this because I say this because, well, of the Cyclops the other day. It's been something I've been thinking about the other day, but even me, with all my skill in chains, like I was not actually able to damage that creature. I was able to slow it down and I was able to stop it, but if it wasn't for Moira, literally putting herself in harm's way for me, I may have well been the second I want to say casualty. Would that be the proper term?
Yeah.
The third casualty of that fight.
Moira, again, kind of keeps her arms folded, but does kind of like change up from, her seated stance with her legs crossed. She's sitting up a little more and says, well, there's not much you can do to prepare against, giant unearthly beasties. I think most of you did pretty well. But certainly, myself, and not to discount out Sir Logesh either, magic sword and all, did pretty all right. My blade, of course, isn't magic. It was just very well made.
Mm-hmm. And to my earlier point, you're very well skilled. So Aurelia,
she, Moira smiles sharply and says, well, I have been practicing a lot more years than you have. And she kind of pauses and considers, I'm not sure I've given up more things than you, but I've had a lot longer time to give up things.
Inos nods to that and turns to Aurelia. So, with that in mind, I want to give you an aid. Not a crutch, but something to aid you, so when you are faced with such adversity in the future, you are not necessarily as hampered. This, of course, must be done with agreement with, your Cavalier and instructor, Moira, who probably knows more about wielding and making swords than I ever will. But if she consents, it's like, it will not be my greatest work. Unfortunately, that one is already reserved. But I will enchant something for you to hold your own with.
Aurelia kind of, opens her mouth to speak, but this time Moira cuts her off and leans forward. She's got kind of almost like a little bit of a sly look on her face and says, well, Inos, I admit I don't know much about magic of any kind. Soulcraft especially is not anything I've studied. But you did say I know a lot about making swords and using swords. But one of the things I do know is that one of the best ways to get a handle on something and to improve is to learn how to do it yourself. So, at least probably for the starting steps, it sounds like a little something that maybe the young miss should practice herself. I'm sure I could make up a couple of brand new swords to start with for her to practice on and go from there. Wouldn't that be a better investment of all of our time and resources if she picks it up to do it herself?
Inos, ponders that. And so it's true, I already do know the spells that would be required.
And if you need to improve on her basic work, well, you can still take it in hand. Aurelia kind of contemplates this and, takes another sip of tea and says, I will admit, while your tutelage has broadened my inherent understanding of soulcraft, my own learnings were definitely more focused on the more shorter-term applications. Speaking to knives and bullets and arrows and things was fairly simple, but does have its limits.
Inos contemplates this once more and goes like, honestly, I think Mora has the right of it then. Aurelia, I will teach you how to awaken an object and to give it a liquid metal soul. It's like
She kind of nods along.
it's like
By the way, I have pre-adjusted Aurelia's stats for the upcoming skipping time. She didn't actually know how to awaken objects yet.
oh.
Yeah. You talked about teaching her a few things practically during the couple months you've been teaching her, she's picked up Shattering Strike, But
Also,
we did not actually do 101 on awakening objects, so
okay. It's like yeah, so in the coming weeks, I will schedule time with Aurelia to teach her Awaken the Soul. Wait, no. Whoa. Hang on, let me wait, no, even if it's even if it's a fucking attunement, I can give her a temporary attunement spell.
Awakening is not attunement.
Is Living Metal Soul? I think it is.
It might be. I don't know, but it might not be. Also, I would say this out of character. You don't need to worry about teaching her living metal specifically, because I think we've discussed this before, but Aurelia is probably going to develop her own unique path forward with her twin swords. I'm not exactly sure what she's going to call it yet, but I have ideas for something I'm still workshopping on.
So I don't actually have to teach her Living Metal Soul?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'll teach her Awaken Object and mend the soul, then.
Makes sense.
Like I said, she's probably going to break a few things.
Yeah, well, I mean, she already knows how to break. Teaching to fix is good.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's a reason also I said Percival de Rolo was very Raincore. Aurelia started her journey to Soulcraft by immediately learning, the murder spells. At the time, some of the most offensive Soulcraft you could consider pretty basic, of asking things like, "Hey, knife, I really don't like that guy. Stab him good." Hey, bullet, hit that guy. That guy is the one I want to hit. So, she's...
bullet strike my target true.
Yes. So, she is as Inos has been teaching her, she's slowly been getting into the more, I would say, artistry elements of this, where it's oh yeah, I can do long-term constructive things with this art. It's not just the tool of my revenge.
Okay. But yes,
you are not just the bone of your sword.
So Inos will commit to spending a couple hours each day for the next week to get her Awaken Object and mend the soul.
And I also want to say, I don't necessarily want to extend the role playing in this scene as well. If Inos doesn't have anything further to say to Aurelia or Moira specifically.
No.
Though Moira, by the way, would offer. Speaking of that, you mentioned that she's Aurelia's teacher. She would bring up once again that technically the Marquess appointed her as fencing master to the whole house. So if you need any practice with anything, she's always available. Assuming she's, not keeping Aurelia out of trouble.
And so Inos says check back in. Will basically say check back with him in a week.
Fair enough. But I actually, like I said, I don't want to go through a third role playing, but I have a fourth wheel of this buggy to build.
Oh.
Which is at some point, especially because character wise she hasn't been in it much, but I would especially at some point Lady Cressida to join this conversation.
That probably would be wise.
She would probably like to just check in with Inos about how Aurelia is doing the sorcery, but would also bring up that she's not concerned necessarily for her daughter's safety, but she thinks there's some more, untapped stuff there to get into. And her plan is to basically join Moira in the sword drilling by also seeing if she can teach Aurelia some basic grasp of Veilcraft as well.
Actually,
get her a multidisciplinary sorcery.
Hang on, let me. What would be?
because Aurelia's already.
I'm trying to think. Like, would Enos think? Hey, there is like also other people you can learn sorcery from. You like not
you
just.
You do have a witch mom.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Would Enos think of that?
Well, like I said, Inos doesn't have to bring it up now because, like I said, I think maybe not right in this scene, but at some point during this training arc, like Cressida would talk to Enos and, like I said, would insert herself into this miniature brain trust.
Yeah, no, but no.
The mom squad.
No, so yeah. No, that's definitely something to remember. But no, I think the conversation is done.
Basically, I was planning on her picking up a couple points of Veilcraft and some very simple spells. I was going to start with like having her learn Danger Sense to dodge better.
Yep.
And Night Eyes, because until she actually gets attuned, she can't see in the dark.
It's true.
But yeah, we can have her pick up awakened objects and keep working on her crafting. And like I said, I've moved a couple in there so that she can practice some of her core stats better. Because up until now, Aurelia was only Coordinate 2.
Oh.
She needs to work on her stuff. All right.
I think I've also technically been working with her on something, but I don't know if we stopped doing that since we got back.
I think her throw pool is already like 2 or 3, and it's still pretty good. But at the very least, we've discussed that like probably we go for a few. And no, I think all the role playing is appropriate. We've only been going for like an hour and a half.
All right, but I think I have accomplished. I wanted to speak to Alestra, but she's gone.
Yep.
Talk to Aurelia and
Schedule that
Mora.
meeting later.
I could follow up with Logesh, but I feel like Logesh is RP'd out at the moment, so...
Well, and Logesh also has a follow-up with Leslok already scheduled, too.
Yeah. So no, I'm going to hold myself up for a week. I will be basically in a forge for 12 hours a day, and will be available for early morning meetings and meals.
Understood.
Oh my god, I had a question.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Because I already know what I'm doing today and tomorrow. That's already scheduled.
Yeah.
But if we're scheduling things out a little further than that, there was someone I wanted to talk to, although I don't technically know their name. Because I don't know if it's on the sheet. Let me check.
Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for whoever is the head of the Lamplighter.
I think you're like... Technically, they probably have a separate commander who's not in Stonehearth because they're not like universally based out of the city. I think the most senior ranked Lamplighter is
who would be the head in Stonehearth? Okay, so it would be the constable?
Yeah.
Well, because I had decided finally what Nicola's third martial discipline was going to be.
Oh, yeah?
Just because I thought it would be fun. I was going to pick up... I believe it's just called, isn't it just called Lantern?
Lichtenritter?
Lichtenritter, that's right.
That's a fun one. We like that one.
Just because I wanted to get a more Norlish fighting style.
That's fair. Yeah. You can find some trainers to work on that as well. Also, why don't you just... Because I know my next step is to ask Konrad what his possibly longer term plans are, because he's taken a little day to get a grasp of himself, but we will probably be... Sounds like we're starting to move time forward, but I also want you to go ahead and roll Lifeless Limb, Nicola.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is my entire day tomorrow, because I realized the cast time is 12 hours.
We'll just skim over that.
Very powerful spell.
We're just gonna skim over that time span and just see how it ends.
Yeah. By the way, everyone who is magically attuned in the house will know I'm doing this.
I don't think you were hiding it that you were doing this.
I'm not, but it is an intensity 5 spell.
It's a 5th intensity spell. Yeah.
Yeah.
Checking the chart. That's like a mile or something. Let me double check.
Yeah, it's big.
That's about 1,000 feet, so that's the background.
Yeah, I know. I think anybody in Stonehearth Keep who has Eerie can roll.
I thought he was doing it at
No, he went there to get his arm.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I'm
okay.
not.
Yeah, I think he'll return it.
That seems a bit rude to just like. Hey,
Hole
can I-
up somewhere for 12 hours.
Yeah,
Do
can I
magic?
like?
Yeah.
Because it's not like it's a very intense spell on anyone but me, but it's still a little rude.
I assume it's like you're slowly checking, like as you're like connecting it to your body.
I assume I'm
magically.
connecting nerve endings, which is a lot of it.
Now you connected your magic circuits.
Yeah,
Slowly
essentially.
aligning mystical channels to make the limb move. Yeah.
Yep. God, I am just becoming a fucking fate character.
Crafted. Yeah, you can work that. You gotta oil it sacredly.
I think I deleted something that I didn't mean to delete.
Double fives and double threes.
Well, the fives work. The threes would not meet
Yeah.
the intensity, but the fives
Nope.
do meet it. So yeah,
Five-
after 12 hours, you have crafted permanently a lifeless limb. So that means you no longer suffer the downsides of missing arm. That arm location now has a permanent 1 AR, has the normal number of wound boxes, and
Technically, it has 2 AR.
well, yeah, it intrinsically gets 1 AR from.
Yeah. It gets 1 AR from itself, but
Yeah.
I have.
You can still wear
I now
armor of
have-
the location, but like I said,
Well,
it's
no,
that.
I
And
now have. I'm not wearing armor anymore.
Oh?
Because I get 1 AR everywhere for not wearing armor.
Oh, bear
Oh,
wrestling.
yeah.
Back to the cloth robe. I'm back to the cloth robe look.
right, wrestling.
Yes.
Well, technically, you get everywhere above 3. Your legs are still vulnerable that way.
So I'll still keep my boots.
But yeah, you get when not wearing armor, you get AR, and then that limb gets a bonus AR because of magic. It has the normal wound boxes, and if you hit anybody with it, you inflict +1 shock damage.
I can now unblack out that limb box.
Yeah, you get them all. Don't ask me
I'll,
how if he takes leather hard later, he gets an extra wound box in the limb. Just don't. Okay.
It's magically. I mean, it's part of his body.
Yeah, it's connected to his life force now, so it just works. Okay. The dice were not necessarily made for such mechanisms.
All of this
But all
just works.
I'm going to pause the recording and pop out for a sec, but when I come back, like I
Nicola-
said, we're going to check in with Konrad, and then probably that will involve eventually, if nothing else grabs him, him surveying and stuff.
And stuff.
Look at that rabbit go.
The rabbit, he goes.
Much up that leaf.
The other thing I was going to say is that I'm now I've for Dallas, I think it's very appropriate. So now I cannot wait for Nicola to in a combat bear hug somebody.
What do you mean? No, I'm not. Omega, I hope you know this. I really hope you know this. But because I'm me, I'm going to get very technical with the names. I'm going to use actual wrestling names.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, well,
I
go
am
on.
going to German suplex someone eventually. No.
That's the
What,
path.
Jax?
That's Lucky. That's the path to where we start cutting off all the limbs and placing them in mechanical bits.
Please
So you
no.
just make me think Dallas is gonna pull up Kenshi and just be like, okay, let me pull myself in the peeler, remove my arm so I can get robo limbs.
Dehumanize yourself to face bloodshed. Anyway, Konrad,
Yes.
you guys have been at home for probably a day or two now. What does Konrad's plans look like?
After we've been home back in Stonehearth, he will probably go seek out some of the guilds necessary that are best suited for appraising the structural capacity of a castle and all that stuff. Pretty much getting ready for the survey.
Get a couple journeyman stonemasons, probably maybe some carpenters.
Yep. And then probably also just a few lamplighters just in case whatever might be lurking out there.
Well, if nobody stops you, I think you'll be ready to depart in, a day or two.
Look, man.
Yep. And at that point, he would probably go see his brother and see if he's needed at all.
At the current moment, no. Any future plans will probably be when you're able to fully focus on the other thing.
I mean, it's not like the keep's gonna distract me if you need me, brother. I'm just making sure that you did not have anything planned that required my presence while I'm away for a few days.
No, when you're back, I better work this better. When you get back, I'd like you and Logesh to start investigating the Stall Flats.
That was the flat salts.
But
Okay. I did intend to do that anyway, so.
all right then. And I have nothing else in mind for you.
All right. I'll be back in a
Best of
few
luck.
days.
All right.
Gonna see
He'll be
if-
back in a few days. Yes, this is the Dramatis, so we're going to reallocate my notes. In this one, yes. All right, so you take a trip. Probably if you're going at a slow pace, about a day south. It's on the southern coast. The local region is called the Iron Cliffs, also known as Plagen.
Sorry.
There's 2 G's. But the
Nice name.
land around the castle, Sjorberg, is basically as I suspect Konrad would expect, given the description. So it's a broad, mostly flat, obviously absolutely flat terrain is very rare and specific in real life, outside of human interference, but the hills are very small, like they're rolling plains sort of a thing. Short, grassland and flower, meadowland basically. With a couple of spots where it seems like there are some small stands of native trees, some clusters of trees are decently old, but a few are younger.
Probably tucked between hills and stuff like that.
Yeah. And definitely it seems like there are a few spots where just the nature of time has progressed, where there's a couple of small ponds or streams have kind of cropped up. Because this is next to the ocean and on a cliff, there aren't a lot of great sources of fresh water, so you're probably going to need to put in a large new cistern.
Yep. Probably
Fresh
make
water?
note of those source of water, see if make sure they're fresh and all that stuff.
If you do get to the actual cliffside, way below you, probably should actually check how tall the cliffs of Dover are. Yes, about 100 meters. Yeah, so at least
Jesus.
a couple 100 feet below you is the ocean. Roaring, washing, making noises.
Splashing.
You can still pretty easily find a roughly hewn path where somebody basically found a spot where the cliff jutted out a little bit more and hacked a switch back down to the beach, the rocky white sand beach below. So you can actually go down there, and visible from the cliff's edge, though usually shrouded in fog distant, is Lorelei Rock. Again, a not huge, but a decently tall rocky island that kind of juts also probably a couple 100 feet out of the water, surrounded in fog. Visible from a distance, and I don't know if Konrad has telescope or field glasses on him.
Nah, he just has Sense 5.
So you can peer pretty good, but without some kind of esoteric power, you're limited by the zoom of the human eyeball. But looks like some stands of like some scrub trees, the very hardy kind of plants that would cling on to, rocky cliffs and salty spray. There's probably some more, rocky beaches at the basis of the island. But yeah, the Castle Manor is visible from quite a long way off because there's not a lot of ground cover, so it's got some,
It's on top of a cliff also.
Yes. No, I mean it stands out. So you can see, the clearly marked tower structure. There was a watchtower here that's part of it, and the walls are probably a couple levels of stone. Go ahead and make me sight or scrutinize. Whatever's better for you. Don't think I pinned it, so I will repost. I did actually have the time for a rough. Rough copy of plans.
For a second there, it sounded like he jumped off into like a pile of paper.
I did. What are you
jumped
talking
into
about?
The pile of burritos.
You don't understand here. There's actually a fucking ball pit in my room, but it's not filled with balls. It's filled with wadded up paper bags.
Honestly, it probably would be softer than a ball pit.
It probably less diseases.
Hopefully it won't be like TwitchCon ball pit.
Paper. Paper, unfortunately, is permeable.
Fair enough.
Probably the same amount of diseases.
Anyone who roleplays correctly will get another hour in the ball pit.
No.
I better not.
But yeah, so, Comrade, you take it upon yourself to personally walk around. You probably have your sturdy walking stick with you.
Also, sorry, I need to correct Loth just for a second. It was DashCon, not TwitchCon.
Oh no, I was referring to TwitchCon just then with the first one, and then DashCon with the second one.
Sorry.
There was a foam pit at TwitchCon, but anyway, you have your sturdy walking stick, right? So you patrol the grounds and take a good look. So the structure is roughly equivalent to the plans. Looks like maybe things kind of like deviated either through weathering or just repairs since the plans were sketched out. There are a couple of places where the wall, which was already kind of like started as kind of like a low wall, like a low courtyard wall, and was built up. There are parts where it's kind of like cracked or collapsed in a little. Probably needs to be like resurfaced and built. Mostly the intent of the wall was to keep out the bad weather and wild animals. For instance, the manor walls were not, or rather the walls around the courtyard were not thick enough for you to stand defenders on.
Okay.
So they may need to be like reinforced and kind of have a structure replaced there. There was once indeed a sturdy double-doored gatehouse with 2 levels. So, the gate went up 2 levels and there was kind of an arch over it. It has, as was reported, basically completely collapsed in on itself. I assume Konrad does not have any points in anything like expert construction or anything.
No, that's why he's bringing some guild members.
So they probably take a look at it, and it looks like it started as like bad roof, like the thatch or the roof tiles collapsed in, and then that lets in wind and weather, and then it's been like 500 years of Norlon winters. So the gatehouse, like the archway is collapsed, the gate doors are like, even those robust timbers have like rotted away, and it's down to like foundations and just rubble pile. So you probably have to like
foundations are still there.
Yep, no, the foundations are solid. That was good blocks and a couple of the lower level bricks there, but the basically from the top down and the inside out, it's slowly been worn away. So to actually get in the courtyard, you're gonna have to like walk over the rubble or have it be shoveled out of the way. And this means that as I said, your craftsmen, your guildies are definitely like Oh yeah, no, you're gonna have to rebuild the whole gatehouse. Have to knock it down the foundations and start again.
All right, keep that in mind. Konrad takes out a pad that he probably brought with him and makes a note of it.
So your interior courtyard is, unfortunately, at this stage, mostly weeds. But as even seen on the plans, was definitely made bigger than it had to be. So there's probably enough space to add a new building inside the courtyard walls, like a covered storage barn or shed, and probably still have room
kennel.
to build like a small vegetable garden or an herb garden. Maybe put the cistern here and have it collect rainwater, or even other outdoor structures. And since the gatehouse is being rebuilt, obviously the tradesmen are going to upsell you, but at this stage they point out that you could probably build a attached stable or carriage house to the gatehouse as well. So you could keep a couple horses or a carriage securely. The dovecot or dovecote, it does have an E. It can have an E at it, which is there's a little like hexagonal structure that was used to keep carrier pigeons in. It's overgrown and like all the little nooks and crannies have like brambles and stuff, and then very, very sticky, pokey type shrubbery growing out of it. And Konrad, if you get closer, you notice that there are definitely like wild birds like starlings or sparrows living in it. But otherwise, the stone brickwork seems to have stayed up.
Have to clear it out, but looks still usable. Maybe replace a few pieces where the weeds are getting up through the base.
Yeah. But looks like it would stock a very decent amount of messenger pigeons, and probably a slightly smaller amount if you wanted to use it as a rookery for corvids, because they are bigger.
Yeah.
But they could still be housed in there. The manor building itself is pretty squared, pretty solid. It's just a big rectangle of stone brick. It has shutters, obviously, for the winter. The shutters are still up, but they have been closed for so long that they're basically sealed.
Yeah, the hinges are all rusted and stuff.
Yeah, the hinges are rusted or otherwise fused shut. Some of them are like completely sealed up because crawling ivy has grown up the wall. But like, it's still the size of what you would consider a large house and seems to be mostly intact. Like you just posted a fun fact. Yes, if thatch is maintained well, it stays good. This one is probably the core of the roof structure is thatch. It's still intact, so like this thing hasn't been completely breached. I won't make you roll for it, but the door is basically like, again, also like sealed shut. You're gonna have to knock it down to get inside.
Yeah, I'd probably kick that in.
Yeah, no, the manor door was solid. It was a single door, but it was big, sizable.
Nice big door. Yeah.
Honestly, the door panel itself probably survives. The hinges are dust. They are rust powder and just go. But this was a properly sealed, probably oak door that lived. So you could probably remount it or get a new one if you want like a iron door or something.
Right, find some place inside to set it so it's out of the elements.
Yeah. So the manor house itself is basically, because the manor wasn't breached, the last person who was the holding lord here had a chance to move out all their stuff. So basically all furnishings and interior decorating is gone. So it's a little hard to tell like what rooms used to be what. But if you do a basic tour of like counting all the rooms, and very carefully check the stairs, they're okay. They're a little creaky. They're a little narrow. Might want to rebuild those, but for now they work. But if Konrad does a basic count of the rooms,
I imagine they definitely creak under Konrad's weight.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much the other craftsmen.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. You got some stonemasons with you. Those are big burly boys. They have to move slabs of rock.
True.
But yeah, no. So just they're a little narrower and tighter than would be the fashion these days. But like I said, Konrad, you like go into every room at least and physically count them. You probably have to take you and some of your lamplighters to actually bring lamplight in here because, like I said, all the winter shutters are closed.
Yeah.
So it's a little dark. It's a little musty in here. You gotta definitely. Somebody says you're gonna have to air it out, but you do a quick count and should be rooms for Lord and Lady of the Manor. Definitely a hall or office for like meetings and business. And around the backside there is the servant space. So there is still the stone brickwork of kitchens, pantry, scullery for washing. You find access inside that the doors to the cellars still work, and those are dug right into the rock of the cliff. So the cliff hasn't fallen down, so the cellars are fine.
Woo.
Yeah.
So all very solid stuff there.
So.
Sorry, I just realized I had it.
Yeah, Konrad, as he moves on, he's definitely like testing walls and making sure that they haven't like started crumbling or anything like that. Making notes.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what, because you're in the history of this historical fiction setting. I'm not sure exactly what they'd be made of, but probably like either wood paneling or plaster. Like the plaster on the walls is probably getting a little cracked and weathered, just from years and years of temperature changes. There are probably some cases where the woodworking on the paneling wasn't properly sealed, so it's warped and flexed a little. But like the bones, like I said, is all just natural, Norlon stone bricks, baby. So it's fine. The amount of weathering it would take to defeat those would be, many more hundreds of years.
That's good.
The manor is attached directly to, though they are like technically separate buildings, to the original chapel that was built here and the old watchtower. The watchtower, the manor, I should mention, is a 2-story business. The watchtower is also 2 stories, but it's got the open crenellated top, so it's got the little cutouts for cover. So it's got the space to actually get up and stand, whereas the manor is more of a sloping roof after the 2nd story.
All right. Good.
Pop into the chapel. The chapel interior is a lot more weathered. It looks like it was a lot more of a rougher, more ascetic structure already. Being religious, so the more rougher hewn rockwork and earthenworks. If there were like carvings or tapestries in the chapel, they have been completely obliterated by time. But there is a statue dedicated to Saint Ninia, which is still intact on the altar space. And I think it was discussed before, but as a slight reminder, this chapel was basically built as a grave marker to Silmund the Raider Knight, one of the sons of Logi Torchbearer. And it was dedicated by Saint Ninia. You've probably heard a lot about Saint Ninia. I will say that like there is discussion whether or not Ninia was real. Like he, actually no, I think let me see if I got a gender in here. No, I think it's male. Even though that name sounds feminine. But there's debate whether or not he was real. Like if he was historically accurate. There was probably somebody by that name. But basically Ninia is responsible for after Veritas like developed the Septascript, they're supposed to be the one who spread it to all corners of Norlon, especially the western areas of Teine and into the Fog Vale. There's a lot of legends of Ninia associated with blessings and healings, and there are a couple of monastic orders dedicated to him, including the one that is supposed to be on the monastery that's on Lorelei Rock. Though, like I said, with the old Mark I eyeball, even at Sense 5, Konrad has a hard time seeing if there's anything at the top of that rock out yonder.
Yeah.
But like I said, these could just be a bunch of like little myths and like folk legends which are attributed to a person who in real life was a lot more like basic. But like I said, Shrine's intact. Statue right there says in, old-timey letters, St. Ninia. So
Connor
that's also...
probably clears off the bit of the whatever of underbrush and stuff has gotten into onto the
altar space.
Gives altar space and gives a quick prayer.
Yeah, I imagine that there's probably not wooden but rock cut pews in here that are all still, like I said, still intact though very dusty. The watchtower is also functional. It's got another little narrow stone staircase up to the top. Probably would want to reinforce it and patch over any cracks or anything, but should be functional. Gives you a pretty commanding view of the surrounding territory. You might consider seeing if the foundations will take building up another story so it's got even further reach, but it goes up. Outside the manor walls, was mentioned before, there is a small cemetery, which is technically separate from the manor courtyard. That has a low, just dry stone wall around it. The headstones here, like I said, are ancient. None of the grave sites seem disturbed, but a lot of these rocks are basically illegible. It's been 500 years. And there's sea breeze and snow and rain and moss and shit. But like I said, it doesn't look like anything's come and dug up any grave sites or anything. So still consecrated, good. Probably.
I'll give a brief prayer to Dade Tacita at the graveyard.
Yep.
Or the cemetery.
And well, since you brought some guys with you, we'll assume they passed their appropriate student or expert roles. But basically, after, a couple of... probably what you do is it takes... Konrad probably takes the long circuitous run. Actually, good question. Do you want to take the cut path in the cliff down to the beach side?
Yeah. I'd at least want to get eyes on... Let's see what the boat dock remains at all, and just kind of get eyes on what the cliff is like at the very bottom.
Yeah, so you go down there to check. The boat launch is still there. It's, probably 15 or 20 feet of just, stone dock or stone quay. At the end, there's probably a couple of, iron posts, which used to have chains, which would be used to link to a boat. The chains have been dipped in the ocean, so they are gone now.
Yeah.
But the rough structure remains. Again, probably a little bit of moss, a little bit of sea lichen and barnacles clinging to it. We'll probably want to reef surface it, but it's still there. And also from the sea level, you can see that those stories are correct. It does look like there are visible and possibly navigable sea caves, under the cliff.
It's gonna take a little more effort to explore those.
Yeah, that one you're gonna need to probably acquire some small boat launches from a nearby port and go in, unless Konrad really wants to swim in the ocean with a lamp held over his head.
Nah. Sounds very cold.
Cave diving meme goes here. But yeah, so after that, you spend probably an hour or so walking around surveying everything. And the tradesmen tally up, and basically what they pitch to you. So the gatehouse and a lot of the wall structure surrounding it, pretty weathered. Probably gonna need to knock that down, move all that stone out, rebuild them up, reinforce the walls properly. But the original structures have perfectly fine walls and foundations. You will need to repair some plasters, probably reinforce and resurface the roof. The manor interior needs completely new furnishings and fixtures. Wholly need to redo everything. Probably reset the floors, kind of a stuff as well. And as noted, you're going to need to build and fill a new cistern. But the end result will be something that should be a decently sized country manor. Secured walls, facilities to be self-sustaining. Like as mentioned, you probably have enough room to build an additional structure or do some redecorating inside the courtyard and still have room for a small, winter herb or vegetable garden, and, start ranching out of the manor.
Alright.
So depending on the exact configuration of your rooms, likely could have, obviously, like I said, would fit a lord and lady, and at least one lord and lady, and possibly up to 20 guests. And the support staff for a manor of this size could be as big as 50. That would be absolutely like maximizing your space, though, for bunking like servants and men at arms. But
Yeah.
could work out that support. So, like I said, it's a pretty sizable house. And also, if you rebuilt the gatehouse, that's where like sentries would be stationed 24/7. And you could, like I said, you could do renovations in the courtyard for there. No, actually, I said put this in my notes. You probably need half that amount of staff to support a single lord and just supporting officers. So, like, yourself and a couple of important staffers.
All right.
But could be quite sizable. Just some, ideas that are thrown out. You could put a pond for fishing, either inside the courtyard or out of it, and stock it. Could add a kennel for multiple dogs. And if you wanted to go whole hog, like I said, these guys are masons. They're not here to like con you, I guess, but they're definitely ready to upsell with some serious work. This could be less of a fortified manor and go full-blown castle keep. Like, basically, you've got the space on top of these cliffs that they could turn what is now the current, like, walled manor into the inner keep, and you could have a bigger castle keep around that. And, common to remember that.
I was
on email even said that she, you have enough physical space on the estate to build a castle town, too, but that will take years, obviously.
Yeah.
So, monetary-wise, paying for all these refurbishments would probably be wealth 4 or 5 of raw funds, with either a haggle roll or finding some other way to compensate the labor. You might be able to reduce that a little, but, it is a couple of points under or right around the points of buying a country manor that is pre-built, because you do got to do some repair work, but also most of the work is done.
Okay.
The timing on those repairs, again, depending on how much you want to add and how ham you want to go, the masons and carpenters say they could probably get you anywhere from, like, doing refurbishment and rebuilding, anywhere from, like, 1 month to 3 months of work.
All right, well, once we get all the measurements and all the, like, survey and stuff done, Konrad's not in a rush to decide what exactly he wants to do with the place.
Yeah.
So, but once he has his information, he can decide that later on and figure out how he's going to.
Like I said, they'll do their measuring. They'll bring out the plumb bob and all the other fun tools.
You say that, Axe, but we don't know what's in the sea caves.
That's fair, but that's more like the sub-basement than the basement itself.
It's true. Also, yes, no, you are very reasonably certain because you rolled very well on your check, and I did not ask you to roll an eerie check at any point. You're pretty sure the manor's not haunted.
That's good.
The ghosts are quiet in their graves. There's nothing else weird going on.
Listen, we're in Norland. We have to ask sometimes.
Remember,
you are on the cliff that is facing a spooky rock, but it seems like the spookiness is concentrated on the rock.
That's good.
Also, remember, your
like I
mom's
said,
place might be haunted.
They give you a list that's probably like in, a like several dozen, maybe even several hundred, golden marks. Still, okay. Technically, because of the way the concentration works, in the range of, like, mere fistfuls of crowns, but we mentioned before, the value of a single crown is quite high.
Yes. One thing. Konrad will do before leaving is he will probably spend a bit of time probably at the top of the tower staring out at the rock, just seeing if he can feel anything coming from it.
All right, go ahead and roll Eerie.
Roll that vibe check.
Yep. Need 2 4s.
Yeah, looking at the rock, like I said, you definitely get it's like a distance sense. It's not as like sharp or clear as like
Sorcery.
yeah, I mean Nicola just cast Lifeless Live a couple of days ago, right? Like that would have been like something that like for 12 hours you would have been like, "Oh, shit, Nicola's doing something." And I think you've got enough ranks in your discipline that Konrad probably would be like, oh, Nicola's doing something like really, really fiddly, really technical.
Yeah. Still don't got the direction one, but I know it like if it's soft or hard.
Yeah. I'm not even sure how you would describe like magically building a nervous system would feel.
Fiddly.
Yes.
It feels fiddly.
Very, very fiddly, very tactile. Lots of little bits that are very complicated, magically speaking. Also physically speaking, because he designed a mechanical arm to have all the articulation in it. But yeah, no. So this isn't, like I said, as clearly defined as like sorcery. It definitely leans more towards soft. But like you look at this rock, and you, Konrad, have a very vague and distant sense of dread, but also kind of like sadness or even nostalgia. Like you can tell there's something not quite right with this rock. It rises up out of the ocean. Like I said, fog kind of clings to it, even unseasonably. It's the height of spring. It should not be foggy in the middle of the day. Especially if it's a clear sunny day, which we'll say just for the sake of argument it is. Like it's and definitely you get that weird effect where like you look at it and it's like in a video game when you're looking at somewhere spooky and like they change the lighting effect so it's gray and then you rotate the camera and it's like normal lighting engine the other way. Lorelei Rock is like that. Like when you look straight at it and you kind of like feel it out with Eerie, there's just a kind of like grayness and ominous to it, which if you just literally turn around and just look over the countryside, you're just like, oh look, a normal meadow. It's a meadow in the springtime. So like, yes, you can tell that there's something disconcerting about that rock.
All right. I think that is about it. Then, once all that's done, Konrad will head back to Stone Earth.
Yep. Pack it all up. Head on out. Back. You report your findings, I presume?
Oh, yeah.
Well, the crew, has the ability to form their own thoughts on those things. And
yeah, specifically, I'll definitely mention the feelings that Konrad got from the rock itself, the Lorelei Rock, because I know that probably interests his brother at least, possibly others.
I don't know if I took it in or retained it or not properly, but was there discussion how long you think it would take to like repair the whole thing or like make out of it?
Yeah, I said it would be depending on how much extra work Konrad wants, probably 1 month to 3 months of work.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't mean to be like necessarily
money.
pedantic about it, but when would Konrad have told everyone this stuff?
When he got back. So like it would be probably at the next morning meeting, like morning breakfast.
Okay.
Yeah, or meeting time, which
like
I do
2 days
believe
out, 2
Inos
days
said
back.
would be when he would be available.
Yes.
No, it's not immediately haunted.
Yeah, well, I didn't go diving into the waters to see about the rumors about sea devils though, so who knows what's in there.
Inos would would ask Konrad's like his initial thoughts of like what would he want to do? Does he want to like just kind of keep it as is and spruce it up, or does he want to make it something bigger?
I was thinking about probably aiming for something bigger down the line. Maybe just focus on the castle for now, but have it so that it could be like the inner keep later on, and then slowly but surely get people to move out there, form a castle town. Not in any rush for any of this stuff though, so well, this is not exactly true, but any thoughts, anyone? Brother?
Well, my only thoughts are really what I would rather have done, what I would do instead. And I don't think you necessarily want those thoughts. It's like, how are you doing on funds, by the way? Are you gonna bankroll this? Are you gonna bankroll this self, or are you gonna dip into the coffers?
Well, I was gonna try and bankroll as much as I could myself. Don't think I have quite enough to pay all the crowns, but I was gonna figure out something.
Nicola?
While I would not mind any suggestions about how I could earn money, I would not want necessarily any direct gifts.
Inos thinks about that. Well, I'm sorry. What is Konrad's wealth right now?
3.
And you would need like 4 or 5.
Yeah, he said 4. So 5 might be to expand things later on.
Not the penalty.
Well, cut. I have an idea, but you might have to go through a few hoops to do it. But it will be something you do all on your own. Like,
All right, I'm listening.
well, become a master blacksmith. And by I mean master blacksmith, I mean actually register yourself with the guild. Get the mark of mastery, submit a masterwork, and then learn the I'm sorry, do we have like no, I was like
Went through an exam.
well no. And then follow the path of no smiths to the peak. If you can reach that level along with your name as a master, any sword you make will sell for quite a sum. I'm pretty sure many lords and ladies would like to have a weapon like that hanging over the mantelpiece. Out of character, this is because Damascene increases the wealth value of anything made out of it by 50%, and having a master means all your works are automatically made up plus 1 wealth.
Like a 4 becomes a 6, and a 3 becomes a 5.
Yeah. So
I hadn't really thought too much about the guild part of that, but I had considered it, the rest of it, so.
Names and brand have power. It is one thing to say, I have a sword of Damascene. It is another quite often to say, I have a sword of Damascene made by Master Konrad, brother to Marquess Logi.
That's fair, and it's understandable.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what Maybe I'll see what I can do while we're focusing on making the equipment for the
Fifth company.
the company. See if I can make a thing really good and present it to the guild. Because the guild know I'm blacksmith, so but I've never really worked directly underneath them or anything like that.
It's not as stifling as you might expect. Especially since I'm pretty sure you can go straight from apprentice to journeyman fairly quickly. You can probably skip over a lot of the tedious
Like
parts.
you did.
Yes. Listen, cuz, you're talented at the forge. The journeymen and masters at the guild will have to recognize that, and if they try to press you back down, well, just tell Lord Wayland and he'll knock him up outside the head with a smithing hammer.
I'm not sure I want that. I mean, he might actually do it, and that might hurt some people.
Well, if he has to hit them with the hammer, they probably deserve it.
But also, I thank you for your input. It also gives me another idea how maybe I can give the stonemasons something that they need also to do their work in exchange for some crowns.
It is true. You don't. If you can. Bleh. It is true. If you can find alternative ways for them to get the stone out there in labor, they might cut you a fair price. Or a better price, excuse me.
Delicious price.
But as
Thank
long
you
as
for your input.
That's
I'll definitely think about it over the next few days and figure out exactly what I'm going to do.
as long as the actually, what would be a good way to say it? As long as the bellows are blowing.
Indeed.
I was about to say as long as the cogs were turning, but I'm like,
as long as the wheel's grinding.
that would probably be a good one too. But with that, Inos is going to finish his meal, politely excuse himself, and head off to his office to take care of some morning things before he returns to the forge yet again.
Work on his stuff.
That grind set.
At any point, do you need to make rules for the stuff you're working on?
No, it's gonna be just one big roll at the end, and I have to make a difficulty 5 check.
Yes. Alrighty.
Bye, Lucky.
Who can do it?
Well then, I mean, I think the next thing we've got for sure is Nicola is free and be armed. By the way, the arm is blinged because Nicola specifically specified he was making the outer shell out of orichalcum, so he's got a brilliant shining red gold arm.
So the inner shell. So maybe I wasn't clear enough on this. The inner shell is actually steel and titanium. The outer shell is half orichalcum, half adamantine.
I mean, it would not be titanium because you guys don't.
Or you know what I mean? Like a steel.
Yeah, steel structure.
Hematite, tungsten.
Yeah.
So I mean, that makes it even more blinged because then you've probably got like
bling as
alternating.
shit. Granted,
bands
most of it's covered because I'm wearing a cloth robe, but
yeah. But he has, like I said, he has a shiny hand that is one half
shiny
red
gold
gold,
fingers.
one half kind of blue black or green black metal. Tough as hell.
So that's what you were doing. All right.
yes, it is something I picked up from. God, what is her name? She's Baron Oro's cousin, not one of his wives.
The Lady
Right?
Magister?
His
Sister. She's related to Baron Oro. I know this.
Yes, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, the Magister. I want to say sister. It's sister or cousin. I can't remember.
Sister cousin.
I mean, Magister does rhyme with sister.
I know it's not his wife because I've made that mistake too many times.
Sister, cousin, wife.
Oh, wait, what?
Sweet home
Oh,
Alabama.
Alabama. But no, yeah. So no, you could probably tell they're Orichalcum accents because there would be some on the fingers, but yeah. No, I needed more mobility. Honestly, it was becoming a hindrance. Out of character, honestly, the biggest reason wasn't even that I didn't have an arm. It was the hitbox transference thing.
And like
Like,
getting stuff transferred directly to your chest.
Yeah. If I ever got hit in the arm, getting it directly in the chest. That was the part I'm like, all right, I need to fix this.
It's a very Dallas way to spark the idea.
Well, no, because I originally wanted to leave it, but that was just becoming too much of a like. I'm the healer. I don't want to have my character go down easier.
Well, on that note, I'll leave the two of you to whatever you guys do. I'm going to head down to the guild.
Best of luck, brother.
Yeah. Same to you.
He doesn't need luck, he has skill.
God damn it, you beat me to it. Come on. Alright, so what did you need me for?
Nicola, I guess I have to start with this.
Hey.
Nicola, what did you see yourself as?
Are we talking in the metaphorical sense, in the literal sense, or in the spiritual sense?
What just comes to mind?
I am a man.
Damn it! I was gonna say that.
I am a physician, a scholar, bordering on alcoholic at this point due to the stress. What else?
I guess you can just bake your own stuff, huh?
A brother. No,
Oh,
I
man.
just still have that giant box of brandy that none of you have taken from me.
Oh man, I better.
I've only gone through one bottle.
I mean, technically that's smuggling by drinking that, right?
I mean, I thought we all agreed not to give it back to Lord Ferretti. That's what I remember.
You're
never
not
went
there.
further-
You're
I'm-
at the guild.
No,
Yeah, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Yes, we should probably give some of that to Elsifer. I did No, I already...
You already drank.
I already drank a bunch of Elsifer.
Regardless, I'll share it with her if she wants. The alcoholic part was a joke. I don't actually see myself going through 48 bottles of brandy. I think I'd die. I would die. Unless I took like 3 years. Not the point. I'm a sibling, a cousin, an employee, a member of your court. What do you mean by this question?
As a physician, what is your goal?
As a physician? My goal as a physician is to make sure none of you die from anything I can prevent. And that's quite a lot. I don't mean to brag. I did graduate magna cum laude. Would that be a thing at this time period? I think it was still a thing.
What was the thing?
Magna cum laude?
Literally, that just means with great honors in Latin. So yes, you can graduate with honors.
Because I will point out, I do have a 9
12.
in medicine with an expert dice. I'm pretty sure that's close to being perfect.
You're very strong. Yes. Yeah. You have big brain, big medicine, big healing.
Yeah.
Do you have any plans for the future of how you are going to, as court physician, what you're going to do in the future?
What is
But
this?
plans-
Are you talking to him or giving him a performance review?
All right.
No, it's if he wants to know, my plans as court physician are first of all to make sure you, a lady of the house, and all the rest of our wayward broodlings get a nutritious and balanced diet as well as regular exercise training. Oh, I love you too, cousin. Regular exercise training. Make sure they maintain some level of physical performance, physical health. Make sure they do not get any infections or maladies. That kind of thing. Make sure no one gets any part of their body unwantingly removed.
Look, he has too
I
much
mean-
fun in the gallery. No, ignore it. Just keep going. Ignore it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Alright? Sorry, I need to ignore these voices in my head.
Ignore. I just think what Inos has a fucking like fucking like not signs but like flashcards of just things he thinks about doesn't want to say.
Well, Enos
Those
ain't
are the
there.
things-
Enos is in his office, finishing work and getting ready to go to the forge.
That's fair. Your thoughtfuls are loud.
Regardless. My plan is to keep the house up to health, basically. Along with various allies we have in. Oh god, I always forget our country's name.
We are Norlon on the continent of time.
Norlon.
No, okay, Norlon.
No,
got it.
other way around.
We are Teine
You're tying on the
continent.
continent of Norlon.
Thank you. Okay, that's what I always mix up.
So, apparently, I do too.
Don't worry, Lucky. I'm gonna say sorry. To keep our allies in Teine in fit health, make sure none of your court take ill, and make sure you didn't pass on early.
When it's your time, though, you're gone, though. Bye.
Well,
As
yes,
as how it goes.
I cannot nor would I want to postpone the hands of time. It's too much power for one man. Don't worry, I had the same thing. I cannot cast the stone, as it would say.
Lucky, do you have any water right now? Are you out of water?
Excuse me?
So, are you out of water right now? Or are you good?
But anyway, I know I've been distracted as a sort by things. I've gotten caught up in too many things outside my purview, and I've taken some time to what's the word? Focus down, batten down the hatches. Is that an expression at this point in time? I think so. Yes.
Yeah, no, we bat down hatches.
Sorry, my sense of history is fucking sometimes weird tilt. Regardless, my plan is to be a best position you could ask for.
Okay.
And honestly, as this position has been vacated for the last long while,
As long as I can think about.
longer than I've been alive, I should know.
Then should we drop the thing about you wanting to make the company?
Did I mention that to you directly?
Yes.
I think
don't
I don't know if
have.
it was directly
I
a
mentioned
company.
a trade agreement.
It was-
I mentioned trading agreement, but that was something different. The company, I don't think I ever mentioned to anyone in world.
Then it's more of
I mean, I think the way we talked about it becoming a company was part of that discussion you had with him in character. So no, I don't think you mentioned it to him, but I'm fairly certain we started talking about that because of the conversation you had with Leslok. So
Regardless, no, I've been known to be a bit scatterbrained, and there are two things I wish to focus on right now. One of them being your court physician.
okay then.
Better two than 8 things.
Yes.
Exactly.
Then I'd like to know. Actually, no, that. Right. Do you have any plans in the future for making a hospital or anything like that? Because I know you're asking for a space of your own. I know you're requesting for your own space for the plan, so I just want to know that ahead of time.
To be frank, I don't know yet. I don't know that Teine has the trained staff in order to staff such a place.
Well, it is definitely your responsibility to make sure it does.
Is it? Is that a duty of the court physician?
Axe, I feel like you have a weird idea, my dude.
Right. I was expecting Megan to cut in there, but yeah.
Like,
sorry, cut it about what?
Never.
It's fine.
Like,
No, I'm genuinely being curious. What do you think it is in my purview to do as your court physician? From my understanding, it is to keep you and those of your close counsel and close family in tip-top health and shape. That is the main goal of a physician.
Yeah, sorry, was that the thing I was supposed to jump in?
No, I fucked up about something. It's not a big deal. I'm just saying it's worth the autopilot. What am I doing?
Take a second.
It's okay. Sometimes our minds get away from us. That's why I've been trying to refocus. It happens.
I was just staying in accent the whole time.
It's look. It's hard to get back into the accent once I drop it. I don't want to leave.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm saying it with love.
Remember that one session when I changed accent like 8 times?
Yes, because that was all of them.
I know. I'm trying to get better.
It's good you're not running from your responsibilities anymore, and I think most things involving you have been put into the open. I was questioning your own focuses as of late, though I think the hunt has probably reminded you what you need to focus on.
I have been known to take on too many responsibilities. It's not a healthy mindset to take on. Just in case you were wondering if this might be relevant to you in the future. And Nicola will look at you sideways. Because I am sorry. If there is one person Nicola is going to be he's not going to say it because you're the Marquis, obviously. But if there's one person in the party who is pot kettle black in this situation, it is you.
It's true.
That's fair. Things just kind of like disappear from my mind.
No, I understand.
Read him.
It's something to focus on. Right now, I only have one responsibility and 2 goals. I must admit, I did not expect. I had a different goal many moons ago, and I did not expect to have attained it quite so easily. So it may have thrown me through a loop a bit. A bit. But we are where we are. I cannot change the past yet.
I think I'm happy with it so far. So I guess I'll have to ask. What I'm about to ask you now is I'm not asking my court physician. I'm asking Nicola, the attuned alchemist, this.
Okay.
I like some of the things you talked about beforehand, before other complications came up. Logi's done for a few things, and there are always opportunities for things to move forward, and if you have those, let me know. I can make do with something if you don't have the time for it.
I will keep that in mind. But right now, we need to focus on our responsibility come the summer, and making sure that goes off without a hitch.
Yes.
You might know this. Obviously, you do. It's your life. You are currently the youngest member of the King's Council,
I know
the
that.
newest lord. So you will be judged harsher.
I don't even have a position on the council directly, so yes.
As much as I do not enjoy the politics of this, part of ensuring your health is ensuring your mental stability in such times as this, and making sure that there is no undue. Basically, making sure that my actions do not reflect poorly on you.
That's good. Then
But know this. It is okay to make mistakes with behind closed doors, and I will not judge you for that, for I make mistakes all the time. But for these for this upcoming court, you will be held to the highest standard we have, whether it be fair or not. So you cannot afford to make any mistakes in a public place.
Then something I want you to think on in the for the future is when we have summer court, we're going to be doing, as we probably discussed already, we were doing quite a few other events. I would like you to make sure that we have more than just you on hand for any emergencies that happen, and they're up to your standards.
Of course. In that case, I must send out some correspondence. I have to do it the old-fashioned way.
That's fine, what
Because
happens?
I believe our feathery visitors are currently away on business. If I saw that right the last couple of days.
Dallas, I don't mean to interrupt, but you should probably first figure out what local talents you have.
No, that's who I was going to send it to. Because I do know we have a couple of people that, at least that are, if not medically trained, clerically trained.
Yeah, you probably don't need the birds for that. You probably just need a guy on a fast horse.
I'm so bad at scale. Okay, that might work. Sorry,
Bird mail is fast,
genuinely,
but yeah.
Map scale is like my, even in outside of RPGs, map scale is like my Achilles heel.
Like,
I look at a map, I'm like, I have no concept of space.
Like I'm not pretty sure, but I'm pretty sure like a good horse can run from like corner to corner in like what 3 days here.
Probably in Norland. I mean, assuming it was flat anyway. There are
It
big
was flat,
mountains
yeah,
in the
but
way, but
yeah.
But like,
No,
we're at Stonehearth at
at
the center. I'm pretty sure most places, you know, a fast horse will get there in under a day.
Yeah, I am gonna.
You would send a bird if you needed something done like same day, basically, because as the bird flies, it can probably make a round trip in a day.
Or you could go to Northport.
This is a question that Dallas, that Nicola would know, but I have to ask if I get out of character. All the members of the King's Council would be traveling here, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily?
They would be invited, but the king does not require the full council to be here.
I would
That's
assume
one of the
Remedius
reasons
would
why
travel
Inos is sending
with
out
them,
these
though.
letters to figure out maybe who's coming and who's
The
not.
royal physician, yes, is definitely.
Yeah, no, I would assume Lady Remedius would be here, so
that
I'll
would
at least
make
have
sense.
her with staff. Because her job is to keep the royal family shipshape, so...
I will add that the royal physician will probably be here, much to the High King's consternation.
More likely, much to Lord Ferretti's consternation, but that's neither here nor there. She is his older sister, I believe. Younger, older,
which one?
The lady physician.
She is Lord Ferretti's cousin.
Cousin, right? Okay. All right.
Otherwise, areas of succession.
Fair enough. I'm bad at succession. But that's a different game. Anyway. No, you're correct. I will make sure to have plenty of attendance on hand with our menagerie of guests. Menagerie. Is that the
We
correct?
can't all
Yeah, that's
be
the
in
correct.
I think Mirage.
cannot be everywhere at once.
Just don't say it to them direct.
I'm making my bed.
Just don't say menagerie close to them. They might take offense.
No, but
Well,
something
depending
else.
on the person.
Honestly, I think Nicola probably has, since he is one of our higher wealth characters, has the, the decent funds to just fucking rustle up guys.
Well, am I anymore? Because I did have to go back a while.
I mean, you're still, what, 4?
Yeah, I'm with 4 now.
That's still pretty good.
Yeah. No, I could get some doctors and local healers. And I think my
the example is
cousin's
like
one.
hiring hearty rations and rude lodgings for like 30 guys is like wealth 4 and 3. So like now you could you have the capacity. Obviously you probably pay a little bit better than that, but like I'm talking about like it is well within your wealth level to hire like
it'd probably be like less guys
dudes.
but more rations. It'd like be like 10 dudes at pretty decent pay because they're dumb.
No, yeah, that would be well within your current scale, not even accounting for the
I will endeavor to do that.
I think I had a more charged
course
conversation,
of the.
but considering certain things, I just don't feel anything to like press on that I wouldn't falter on, so I didn't go that hard.
It's okay.
Axe, you have a very direct way of saying things, and it makes it very hard to make a back and forth with it.
I wish I had a different way of saying it, honestly, because I always feel lackluster about it.
I thought it went fine.
I mean, it did. It didn't go bad, but if you were looking for something, something a bit more dramatic, you should have actually called out Dallas's faults. You just mostly directly asked him, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you gonna do?"
I told you.
That's fair because it's.
Well,
I
didn't
actually
it's
like
tell you.
Yeah, that
and that's
in a theatrical sense, in a mise en scene kind of way. Yeah, if you ask direct questions and get direct answers, that's very businesslike, very professional, which obviously I think it works for the characters.
Yes.
But if you're trying to draw a little more drama out there, you do have to be a little
confrontational.
That's fair.
I do think
I just can't think about how to word it.
Lucky, I was going to say a little more catty. That's confrontational.
I
is
think a problem
more broad.
might be, and I don't know how to turn this off, and I do apologize, but I am used to being able to talk around people very easily, and making sure people talk in a certain way. It is kind of my job, almost literally, to get people to talk in a conversational way that I want them to. That is my job. You go to school for it.
That is true.
Like I said, I probably would have been a lot more confrontational with Dallas in my way, even knowing what Dallas was gonna do. But like I said, it's not my conversation. Like for all intents and purposes, I think it's fine. Axe, it's just one of those things I'm noticing of like how you hold your conversations.
It's that I can't do improv, and I don't write scripts for myself that often because I feel like they all just fucking become useless immediately after the first 2 lines.
All right.
Improv is hard.
It is, and that's why we say these things of like, yeah, I don't think the conversation wasn't bad, but it was definitely like there's room for improvement if we want to milk.
It's also because I felt like pressing him on something that has already been kind of discussed. Maybe not on camera, but or on mic, but in some sense where it's like to me, I just don't feel like digging up something that's already been like confronted or talked about. So it's really hard for me. It feels like I'm just kind of like being petty.
Feel free to hit it a little
in like a
it's
ineffective way.
I'm just surprised Nicola got off very easy with some of the answers he gave.
Yeah.
Because I'm sorry, I was very vague about everything other than the physician stuff.
Like I said, I would have done this differently, but I don't think we should overdwell over much on it.
I wish I could have asked more than it because it's just like I'm unperspective is more my fault. So that's
I mean, not that we need to because we are almost at 3 hours, and I do think you guys want to at least.
We should do other things.
Company
yes.
Stuff.
I didn't. I was also doing because I didn't want this to take too long because I was afraid it would take long.
A thing to jot down for Leslok would be, especially because Leslok has very strong powers of recall, is. Later, when Inos is less busy, go to Inos and be like, "Hey, Inos, this is the conversation I just had with Nicola. I feel like I missed something. Did I miss something?" Like that's technically a role-playing power you have to do. Is you can can basically run this conversation back with somebody else and be like, hey, this is the tone of what I've got, and like I don't really want to go in on this, that, or the other thing, but
he mentioned he had 3 goals, and I only actually learned one of them.
I should have asked, but I was just like staring at the clock and also being like, I wanted to cover the other points.
Don't stare at the clock. We're gonna go as long as we can go.
Yeah,
that's fair, but
we're cycling. You had a big moment with Logesh, and then we kind of dipped out, and now we're back.
Yeah.
If there was something you want to clarify, feel free to hit.
Yeah, you can ask me.
Otherwise, we will.
Because the point is, I wanted you to actually. I don't know what to say this. I wanted you to at least, like, I guess, make a health plan if we actually have, like, health standards of things, but I don't even know if that's actually a thing.
Well, no, there's nutritional standards, and Nicola, that is something in character Nicola has been doing. There are nutritional standards at the time.
Yeah,
they're
that's what I'm saying.
fucking wrong.
No, there is
There
standards
are
is like
standards.
it's. I feel like it's ironic to call them standards because they are not standardized, but like.
Yeah.
The topic of medicine and nutrition is very, very old to humans. About as long as humans have been living, we've been trying to figure out how to stop dying. So, like,
and yet
there are probably, like, dietary, like, standards and plans. Like, there are commonly accepted ideas for, like, what's healthy for everybody. I think we even had this conversation when you guys have been injured before, but, like, what you eat when you're sick is different from what you eat when you're healthy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even simple like correlation. So like, Nicola would have a grasp of like, the idea of nutrition.
I believe Logesh has also helped me out with this. Has made sure our family has been eating well and correctly, I should say.
Yes, that is definitely a subject we've talked about before. That's what I said when you guys have been injured. Like it has been discussed that you guys are actually like health conscious with your meals. Making sure everybody is kind of balanced out for everything.
I don't know how to put this in character, but it's like, if you ever make the steam engine, let me know. I'd like it.
That's fair.
Separate.
I'm gonna be honest. That was one of the 8 things I dropped.
Get someone else to do it.
Keep it in mind for the fair, because you guys have a few different ideas. But I don't know if we're actually going to go for the. You guys didn't lock in the paddle boat possibility, so we may come back to that one.
I think Nicola would probably tell you freely, because he would be dodgy on the other 3rd thing. Because spoiler, I'm very much like Logesh in that area.
Oh right. Sorry, listen. You say the 3rd thing? I took it as like you're talking about like making an army of golems and not actually talking about the barons.
I'm talking about the people I want to bang, which may or may not have gone up. You do not know. Anyway, but no, the 2nd thing was Nicola wanted to figure out a way to manipulate and work with Aether. And he's going to work with Dr. Crazy Pants on that. I can't remember her name.
She's not crazy.
No, she's a
I forget the
Renaissance
doctor's
woman.
crazy. Have you been to the Alchemical College? They're fucking nuts.
All crazy.
All right, then I will. We'll get back to this another time. Might be a while.
Look,
if we want to, we can start setting up for company things. As mentioned previously, your best bet, the company action that matches what you're trying to do most, is policing, which is might plus sovereignty. You are still, because it's still spring 2, it is not spring 3. You are still dinged on your sovereignty because you rolled influence and sovereignty earlier.
That was me
this month. So normally you have 2 might and 3 sovereignty, but right now it's 2 and 2. So you may want to actually prep that a little. I would also point out that you do need to think about follow-up on that, because you do get to reduce, like, tire their qualities this way, but it is unlikely that you would completely deplete the necessary rolls to defeat them with one single policing action. Because remember, to defeat another company, you have to reduce at least 2 of their stats to 0, one of which must be... Actually, I wrote it down, but I think it's either sovereignty or territory. Man, she scrolled where I got the jot. Yes, 2 of their stats to 0, one of which must be sovereignty or territory. Since the opposite role of policing is influence plus might, your police action will not necessarily key off those stats that you need to use to cripple them permanently. But you're looking for raises to might and to sovereignty.
I could honestly try. How about this? Because I have obligation as a privilege, which means I always could actually just try to raise sovereignty, and then just roll to avoid taking the ding.
That is true. You do need to know what you're doing to, because that's sovereignty is improve the culture. Yes,
that's treasure.
So you would have to figure out what exactly you're supposed to be doing by improving the culture. There are a variety of the book itself admits that improving the culture is a very vague mandate, so there are a lot of things that go in the public works category, basically. But you would have to figure out what you're doing to make that roll. But you are right. You could work on improving your sovereignty permanently or temporarily. Let's see. Improving the culture is territory plus treasure. So that would be the risk of what you could deplete.
Yeah. Obligation of privilege means it's like the territory does not go down if I make the graces roll properly.
Yeah.
Even if the roll doesn't succeed or not.
Also says the treasure. No, it's after. I believe the way it's phrased. Which is?
I have the wording right here.
Is that?
The beloved dignity.
Dignity. Yeah. So let's see. When you you also make a graces roll. Yeah. If it succeeds, your territory doesn't in that roll. So yes, it is. Regardless of success or failure, you do not use your territory. You still would temporarily be down 1 treasure for the rest of the month.
Yeah, which is why I had to think about it first. But yeah, I guess in this case, every game plan would be it's Konrad and Logesh to try to up the might and the sovereignty temporarily for the action.
Yeah, you do like Inos did. You get bonus dice on the roll.
Yeah.
All right, I'll start throwing out ideas.
Sorry, I was just looking over the company actions.
There's a big funny chart. Yes.
Yes. So if you want to start increasing, might and sovereignty. Yes. So things you can do for increased sovereignty: give a grand speech. Just tell people we are gonna be fucking awesome. If you want to temporarily increase your might, hire some mercenaries. If you actually get to the flat salts, you can, maybe start making some checks there. Maybe you can start bribing some people with haggle. You can start scaring some local ruffians with intimidate. You can start talking to people and see if they can give you a lead with like fascinate. If you use scrutinize, you might be able to, maybe find out where some of them are hiding out. I don't know if it necessarily be. I'm not necessarily sure what. Maybe tactics.
I mean, for policing, yes, you can argue that is something you can do. I think for might in general is just attempt to roll tactics to out-strategize the other guy?
Well, no, that's specifically strategy. You roll your strategy against the guy to get a temporary +1 over him because you do strategy versus strategy. I was just trying to think if you can use tactics to maybe like figure out where, you know, the optimal ambush points were. Because tactics as it's written is really mostly just for looking at another dude and figuring out his deal combat-wise.
Yeah, it's small unit tactics.
Yeah.
So it's going to come in less in company stuff.
But, yeah, those are just the ones off the top of my head. If I thought
and I will reiterate if this helps give ideas. You do know roughly where the flat salts are concentrated because of your passive intelligence gathering. You know they have operations in House Palix territory where they physically mine the rock salt and collect other goods. That is centered around the town of Rutland. You know that there is some connection to their activities. You know, there's an outlet for the smuggled good and processing of the money in Brinton, a township under House Logi, and also a name that keeps coming up because that's your big cathedral town. And obviously, the boat vector is Granlund Bay. That's where ships come in to take rock salt and other smuggled goods out and bring in other contraband that is distributed. So
honestly, that looks like
enforcers have a couple of places where they can look around.
So yeah, no, that looks like you have that means you have 3 points to attack, really. And maybe lead up to the final thing. I don't think there's necessarily a limit to how many to the rolls, because the way that these bonus die works is you make the roll, and if you get it, it is used on your next immediate company action. After which point, I'm guessing you can probably roll again for the next one.
Yeah, and like I said, while I do believe that based on your current goals, the policing company action is the correct action you want to do first, because
Yes.
basically, if you succeed, you will damage their influence or might. So you're gonna either make them less popular, have less influence because they're being stymied, or they're gonna have less might because you're physically gonna beat up their guys and clap them in irons. Your pick.
Honestly,
how that results.
what does might whittle down? I mean attack. Excuse me.
Oh, attack. That you can do a couple different things with attack.
Does rating
Your
reduce
goal
their trip?
options are, let's see. Sorry, they have typical goals. So there's they basically give 4 ideas. There's raiding. You deplete their treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Annexation. Deplete their territory.
Annexation.
Symbolism. Which can be used to increase your sovereignty or influence, but also might decrease their damage their influence or sovereignty.
Mm-hmm.
Or preemptive defense, which is also their might. Basically, you know that they're going to launch an offensive against you. You thump them. So yeah, you depending on what you want to do, you could pitch straight up attacks as well as if you're doing raiding, that's literally police raids. You are trying to find where they're storing their dirty money and product and seize it.
Well,
annexation would be you are trying to find their physical hideouts, their physical access, and cut it off. Obviously, that's going to be tougher to pitch with a crime group.
Is there any way
symbolism is also pretty easy to pitch because that means you're actually going to try and catch people who are important or look important.
I want to get rid of everyone's surrounding support to them, or I guess any pendency on them, by making it there's other sources of income or actual.
Well, that would be. I mean, honestly, that would be you rolling your improve the culture roll. Would be you come up with some kind of plan, project, or scheme which is paying people basically.
But right now, honestly, thinking about this before we should have thought of this beforehand. Shame on me for not thinking of this. We need to actually find out their company stats to see to see what we want to ding.
There are a couple ways you can do that. Obviously, you can just roll be informed, but that you're already taxed on that roll.
Yeah.
There are some explicit esoteric disciplines that do that, but also, as opposed to getting a bonus out of it, I've mentioned this before, I can allow you guys to make some of your rolls to try and figure out specific company stats.
Can I roll politics to see how actually just an idea of their structure?
Yeah, you can roll political on that. That would probably be attempting to figure out like their influence, basically, like how tied into your political structure they are. That is going to mean you're going to have to like go out to one of the places where they're based and do some investigating. But like I said, we're trying to macro time.
Yeah,
I think so too, which means I think I'd want Logesh and Konrad to try to find other parts here too.
So, brother, how direct do you want me to help in this endeavor?
Very.
All right. And that's all Konrad will say.
you have worded this poorly.
I have unleashed a work on them.
Konrad's going to go out and try and assassinate the leader, just weaken their support.
Well, guess what, bud?
Yep.
You got to find a leader first.
Yeah.
Gonna go find some worse, yeah.
This is what we like to call unconventional tactics.
It's on the list too.
Well, I mean,
And
that can be straight up an unconventional warfare role if he's using company assets to it. But he might also just be doing. I think they actually say, is that in?
I mean, there's like seduce enemies supreme commander, so thirdly, he's willing to throw away everything, but there's like...
Or is it
Manipulate the
yeah, no,
king.
no, I was gonna say, literally under the temporary reasons for might, headhunt. Sneaking in and murdering highly visible figures in enemy command structure is a great way to get an advantage if you can do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, that is a way you guys can either temporarily penalize their might or buff your might because they are going to be like, oh shit. But yeah,
Konrad definitely worded it that way, so he wasn't letting Leslok know what was going on, so he can't be implicated.
Yeah. Then I guess I would say, since we're picking our strategy here, Leslok is going to go to affected areas and try and like suss out their political influence.
Actually, I might actually find out their leader.
Conrad's going to try and find a guy to prison shank. Logesh, what is your strategy for attempting to weaken the enemy or reveal their stats?
Isn't there any way I can look over like? Oh. I'm thinking. I'm trying to do this. Like, is there a way to find like ledger books and look over like trade deals or if money flow? But considering the way they operate, that might not be easy to do.
I mean, you can look at legitimate money, yes. Like, because here's the thing, right? We talked about this with discussing the problem of smuggling. Smuggling is a crime that governments, especially in this sort of era, tend to take very seriously because what smuggling is actually doing is it's dodging taxation and authorization. Basically, you're transporting goods or selling goods without the paying the king's taxes or the local taxes and applying the proper seals. So the result of that, it means that people and businesses who buy smuggled goods will be paying less for the same product. And people who are selling smuggled goods will be making more money. So hypothetically, yes, you should be able to look at public records and tax supports, and the flat salts have allegedly been operating in this area for at least a decade, slowly growing in power. So you should be able to look at something, and then if you can make a match, you might be able to do that. In this case, this will probably reveal to you what their treasure score is.
Would you guys be alright if I do that, or should I focus on something else?
You guys do what you want. Inos is fucking, the smith. Tink, tink, tink.
Yeah.
I just pictured the smith from Enolondo.
I will bring snacks.
I mean, Konrad's a smith also.
Also,
okay,
hey, since, while we're doing this, while you weren't directly tapped for this, Nicola, if Nicola has any ideas he would like to contribute to this this soon to be public health crisis of smugglers finding Konrad's swords in their guts. Feel free to pitch.
I mean,
By the way, Nicola, fun fact: torture is covered under healing.
I don't think Nicola has the temperament for that.
Nicola,
I know, but it's just like I just wanted to bring that up for no particular reason.
That's fair. I don't
Have
think
we,
Nicola
have we
has a
determined that
character
torture doesn't
that
actually
would
get you what
support
it
that.
only gets you what you want to hear, not actually what you
Well,
need to
we
know?
also don't know that yet.
It's very ineffective. It is, but it is more likely to work on weak-willed individuals.
It is very good as an intimidation tactic, and it is very poor as an information gathering tactic.
I believe specifically you roll, because it talks about this, you would roll body plus endurance to resist being tortured, I think.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
basically
no.
it's an opposed contest to see if like they are capable of withstanding pain enough to hide information. Otherwise, yes, people do spill whatever they think you want to hear, but if you ask the correct questions, that can still work. It's just not, reliable in a long-term strategy.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes.
But Nicola would not do that.
Yeah.
Nicola
like I
will
said, I don't think
probably
Nicola's
try
a
and
template.
keep too many of these people from dying. If he can, I don't think I can.
Okay.
You might be able to
But yeah,
explore
I
things,
guess-
but no, I'm thinking about more like investigatory stuff.
If we know how much treasury that we have, we know how much we have to deal with them in that sense. So yeah, I think I will just go with that plan.
I think it'd be a law roll then, or maybe haggle.
Economics, I would prefer first, if you've got it.
Do I have student of economics? No, I don't.
Then you can roll a student of law, because you are looking at legal records, but I am going to impose a difficulty of, let's say, 3 on it. So if you make sets below 3, they don't count. You made 4s, so fuck me, I guess.
Let's roll the twos
If
first,
we're
so,
rolling,
like-
Leslok, go ahead and roll your politics.
Oh yes. Yeah, it'd be that. 8.
I see 2 8s.
All right. Well, funnily enough, these are at the back end of the stat block, so I can just copy these. After a few days of work out in the field, you guys determine that the flat salts, by default, probably have influence of 2, treasure of 3. They are a gang that is yeah, I can just tell you. All companies are supposed to have goals, right? And in this case, I don't feel any need to conceal what their goal is. The Flat Salt Gang's goal is to grow their smuggling network to maximize profits. They are a profit-driven organization, so they're pretty wealthy. Like, they have as much raw spending power as you do.
That's crazy.
But that's because they are, focused in product, basically.
What is a good way to figure out something's might? Well, if you
Think
can
it'd be
get
like
actual
illustrated.
eyes on their organization, you might be familiar. Or actually, no, you do need to
Scrutinize
capture,
yourself.
You need to capture some people. Honestly, it's the best
Yeah.
way.
Try to get some lieutenants or.
So
yeah.
while you guys are working on this, Konrad, how do you want to go about finding a good guy for you to cap?
Funnily enough, probably capturing the guy first and then interrogating him.
All right.
So he's gonna just start picking up random people on the street. Where's your leader? Ah!
That's probably a
Where is
stealth.
she?
Well, not random.
Where
but,
is
you,
she?
you have a vague idea of like what you're looking for, right? Like you kind of know a few things about the smugglers. So
Yeah, I would be using the first talent from Consul's Eye, the lidded eye, to effectively be looking out for them and being stealth at the same time as much as possible.
Oh, you got that as well. Rad.
Yeah, I got that.
yeah, no, he's working on some stuff.
Don't call
Also, I would say, like I said, you probably want to focus on one of the 3 areas. Leslok and Logesh, where were you guys based when you're making your investigations?
Got to be one of the 3
You've got, like I said, you've got Brinton, Granlund Bay, and Rutland.
I was probably Britton was the church
Well,
town,
because
right?
it's close to my name.
Yes.
I'll be in Brinton.
Makes sense. Yeah. Brinton is yes. It's got your cathedral. It's got a seminary, and then a college or university. I've mentioned before, it's a kind of a tourist town because there are not hot springs, but mineral spring water here.
Ooh, refreshing.
So there's like medicinal baths and like they sell water. So there's a little bit of like a tourism and pilgrimage area, and there's a little bit of reputation in the town for money. There are like inns, taverns. Actually, would be what would be technically classed as cabaret clubs.
Ooh.
Which is just a inn or a tavern that serves food, but also is set up to allow performances like song and dance as well. So dinner and show. So like there's good reason to visitate.
You'd like that. It's just like that would be a good place.
Konrad's probably out at Greenland Bay.
I assume such because that was like
Makes sense.
That or go to
So
Rutland's
let's
anyway.
start with make me a sight roll. I will
Okay.
not actually make you multitask with stealth. We can just assume that you're stealthing.
You only need stealth when it might be bad that someone spots you.
Technically, I should have these guys roll be informed to know if they've heard about you guys pushing to deal with them, but I want to let you guys get your feet under you first before I start opposing.
that's fair.
Sixes.
Wouldn't that also?
And you do have ones, even if you did need to use the extra set.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Konrad, you're in Grandland Bay. It's a relatively small port town, like obviously not as big as several of the ports you've been in. A little bit more like the Pale Harbor, like
Yeah,
small,
kind of-
smaller quays and docks. Lots
Kind
of
of
warehouses, though.
Kind of picturing it as more spread out than some of the bigger cities. So
Yeah, lots of warehouses, docks, some sea fishing mixed in. But yeah, you spot somebody who you identify through the power of sight as a smuggler. They are, probably a shabby dressed person of, some sort of adult age, wearing, big baggy cloak, have a big hood over their head, and probably have bags of salt or other stuff like sewed into their cloak, so they can transport it. So, now I would like you to make me either a coordinate plus stealth or knowledge plus tactics to ambush them, basically. So either stealth to shadow them somewhere or tactics to just, jump out on the right street corner.
so yeah, coordinate stealth. Yeah,
I kinda figured.
Isn't that bad? It's a 6, but this is an 8. So
Trip
3 5s.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this guy probably
Sure.
counts as a single unworthy. I'm not gonna roll out stats for him. He's probably not very good at this. This guy's probably like at best threat 2. So, no, you shadow him to probably like a hole in the wall where like he's stashing the goods, swapping bags of salt for bags of coin and vice versa. Are you just gonna draw your
Is
blade
he-
and where are the salt going?
Is he like exchanging it with someone, or is he like
No, like
stashing
I
it?
said, you follow him to, unless you want to like follow him to a deal, you probably follow him to like his little bolt hole or something somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Surprise him, pin him up against the wall, knife to the neck, warg mask in his face.
Yeah.
Because yes, we're still going with that trope.
Comes.
Yep.
Sorry, no, Warman returns, obviously.
Where's the salt going?
All right, roll intimidate.
I want to give you. I feel like you should have bonus through the whole setup.
I don't have anything to ride though.
Yeah, but to say I know Wargman doesn't ride.
Whoops,
Ed?
wrong channel.
Oh, 10s. This guy's cooked. And if you needed speed, you have 1s.
Oh no, where'd you put it, Lucky?
You'll never know.
Oh, okay.
No, I think this guy he folds immediately. Like I said, the entry it was described to you guys at the meeting. The entry level of these guys are like the kind of people you would expect basically for entry level gang members. They are mostly like beggars and other, people who are otherwise unemployed, kids, widow women. A decent number of them are like people who were in prison for other crimes and just have nothing to do when they get out. The classic problem of the criminal justice system. How do you combat recidivism? So this guy just folds. Again, not gonna spend too much time bogging down, but yeah, he basically describes a system where he gets his cash from a guy, or gets his salt from a guy, who comes into town on a cart, bags it up himself. He pays him for his share of the salt, and then he gets to keep the rest when he sells it. Sometimes he, sells sacks to ships going out, and sometimes the ships sell him higher quality stuff. But usually he's just moving, salt, bags of flour, low level stuff. So he tells you that he gets it from a man on a cart. Cart comes in probably like once or twice a week. And you've rolled 10s, so probably can get out of him like where the next meetup is gonna be, because you've successfully made him more scared of you than of them.
Yeah.
After that, I will knock him out and drop him off for some lamplighters to pick up.
All right.
And then I'll continue up the chain and wait for the wagon.
All right. A couple of days later, Wargman, you're in a bush. It's the middle of the night. The moon is high. You're waiting in a clearing just off the road.
And your phone is dead.
That also true. But no, make
Damn
me
it,
a
Loth.
sense plus hearing roll in this context. Because guess what? This wagon is fucking blacked out.
There's 2
Yes,
10s.
again, yeah. No,
Jesus.
so you are perfectly in position. Like I said, you had time to set up, so I'm not going to make you roll stealth because, like I said, you have night on your side and have had all the time in the world to prep.
Mm-hmm.
So you hear the a creaky wagon, probably drawn by a mule instead of a horse, but a creaky wagon comes up. The guy on it parks. He lights like a single candle. Or like a hooded lantern, just so it points out to signal that he's available, and yeah, he's there.
Konrad was going to sneak into the wagon.
All right, roll stealth. I mean, we're still kind of in macro time.
We are not in macro time.
I just did a time skip of 2 days.
Yeah, what are the other two bows doing through those 2 days?
This is still the 2 days while they were researching.
Oh, this is the. Sorry, my scale of time has been destroyed.
Yeah. This is why I'm saying we are no longer in macro time. We have to fucking juggle what everyone is doing over these time bases, these day bases.
I will be
Sounds-
making. Oh, good.
Yeah, I see the matches.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Inos is still locked up for like a week.
Yep.
I will be making a. Oh no! What the fuck am I telling you? I will be furnishing the house I just bought.
Actually,
That's
probably a good
that's
idea
fuck
if you're not
for
going to get
time.
involved.
It's. Well, I just don't have any skills that I could offer to this. Like, I don't have any investigation. I don't really have any like if you need me to investigate like engineering techniques they're using, I guess. I don't know.
You should be making enough potions to keep the boys hale and healthy when they mount an attack. That'd probably be useful.
I could do that.
He did push some more. Okay, so that guy actually somehow rolled 3 4s. But God, I forgot. There's usually technically I think you should have an added height because it's dark. Probably should have thought
I was
of it ahead
wondering
of
if there
time.
was added dice because it is like the middle of the fucking night.
Well, I think usually the way it works is the other guy's supposed to have a difficulty imposed, but when it's opposed, that would adjust your heights. You do have 2 7s though, which his 4s don't beat. So I think it's good no matter what. So yeah, you're stashed in the cart.
He does that thing where he goes, "What was that noise?"
Must be the wind.
Must be the wind.
Yeah, so Konrad, you find yourself in the dark, but you have a pretty high sense, so you can kind of pick out what you're doing by moonlight. You're in a humble peasant wagon. It's filled up with burlap sacks full of the previously discussed goods. There's lots and lots of raw or mildly ground rock salt. There is several sacks of expensive flour. White flour. A couple of these sacks are full of peppercorn, like black
Spicy.
pepper. But all of this is covered by, like, I want to say, like, empty burlap sacks. Some sacks are they're marked like, tubers or onions or something, and they're just filled with rocks. So they have the shape and weight, but are just full of rocks. And just like I said, like raw, rolls of burlap, that sort of thing to kind of cover everything up. Lots of extra coils of rope for some reason. So this guy chills for probably a couple of hours.
My intention here is just to hide in the cart and see where he takes me back to hopefully find some sort of base or something. So
yeah, right back with, I figured. So yeah, you chill out for a couple hours. You've rolled a successful set, so a couple of small time guys come along and pick up a couple sacks of salt, but you are concealed amongst the dummy cargo, so nobody notices you. And so in the small hours of the morning, he wheels back. Let's see, where would he actually go? No, this guy's like a point of sale, so he picks up some cash, and sorts some money into lock boxes. I don't think this guy would be picking up the expensive shit they're smuggling in overseas. That would be a different guy, basically.
Yeah.
So you ride the salt supply line back a couple hours by mule cart, and you end up, by break of dawn, in Rutland.
Okay.
So he completes the triangle. He goes all the way back to Rutland. Do you want to ride this cart all the way inside a hideout, or jump out before then?
Probably jump out before then.
All right. Make me another stealth roll.
Yeah, pop out like a fucking surprise cake.
Let's roll another 10. No matches. I'll do 2d10 for unworthies to just see.
You got 4s.
Yeah. So this is not as elegant as your sneak in, because like I said, it's around dawn, but
yeah.
You hop out the cart in an alleyway where this guy goes up and pulls up to probably like a warehouse or stable business, and just goes inside. You peer inside briefly and can see, more sacks, more bags, more burly thugs with batons and stuff.
Okay.
So you've found a place where it looks like they pull in and distribute the goods. What would be Konrad's next step? Like, is he ready to just break in there?
No, he's probably going to send a note back to Leslok and Logesh about the spot he found, and then stake it out, looking for some form of leadership.
All right. So
Probably learn their might along the way.
you go ahead and roll. I mean, not their full might, because he's not. You gotta take in a whole glance. This is just like one warehouse. But yeah, you roll me sense plus sight to stake out. Smash cut to Leslok and Logesh. You're staying in Brinton, reviewing the local tax records and asking, inquisiting questions. Leslok, you have probably gotten at least one polite invitation to go see your Archbishop for tea, because he is now in town and fully posted up. But on by dawn of the third day, as you guys are wrapping up your question and probably wondering, oh yeah, where did Konrad go? You get a note back from him, basically saying, he's found a warehouse where they're, moving rock salt in and out, and they are clearly performing smuggling because they are not going through licensed merchants or outlets, exchanging money in the middle of the night. And basically his plans to stay there and stake out. So what is your next step? As mentioned before, you
probably
guys
as far as on the note it says staking out to find leadership.
Yeah. So as mentioned before, you guys have already been out here for a while and know that they've got Influence 2 and Treasure 3.
Well, Leslok, your call.
Fuck. I'm thinking. I'm sorry.
Okay. Care to share his thoughts?
Currently, I don't want to act upon anything until you actually come back. But I also want to figure out a way to actually buff ourselves in the situation directly external to what you're doing.
Well, I'm gonna probably let you know. Konrad doesn't plan to come back until the action starts taking place, and then he's going to, cut off as much of the leadership as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun fact, none of you guys have communicated any of your plans to each other, so no one has any idea what anyone else is doing. Good job.
Well, Konrad communicated some of his plans in the note just now, but yes, previously it was very much just... Yes, to critique, Leslok, you just kind of said, oh, Logesh, Konrad, you're good at investigating. I'd like you to investigate things.
Yeah, right. Keep telling myself, this is my legacy, yes.
I just thought we would be in communication the entire time.
Loth, I have a very important question to ask you. How?
I made 2 potions.
Good job.
Nice.
Good job.
Hey,
Which one were those?
Put the
Healy
healing
Bops?
potions.
Yay.
Keep popping them out.
Now I have a stock of 4 now.
No, you are correct. So,
Technically, I don't know if Konrad brought Blot, but he does have a raven to send messages.
Yeah, he would have brought Bob. Probably
Right.
not in the same. Leslok didn't go to Brenton, did he?
Leslok? Yes, he did.
Okay, so
We're in the same town, so yeah, we probably actually talk about what we're doing. But that's different. Would it be inspired to make a big speech about trying to change things? Yeah, it would be.
Yeah. It's easy. God, is there a chart for how big the crowd? No, I'm thinking of a different game.
No.
Let's back. Go.
Inspire is just... It's very as usual in the game, it mostly explains about how it's used to give morale bonuses to troops. It says you can do it for inspire a crowd, but doesn't give any mechanics on it.
Yeah, I was going to say, remember, the player's chapter description of skills is for specific mechanical interactions.
Yeah.
The descriptions in chapter 2 are shorter but more general, but I believe Inspire specifically is called out as for crowds, as opposed to Fascinate, which is for one-on-one interaction. So yes, if you want to whip up an inspiring speech, it is, in fact, Inspire.
Okay. Because I want to do a temp buff to might. It's might sovereignty for this. So.
Well, your speech will not improve your might directly unless you're giving it to your troops, but I think that was better handled by other rules.
Yeah.
I mean, technically it is Inspire, but it depends on the threat levels of our...
You're right.
Threat levels. It boosts their threat level, doesn't boost your might.
you can improve your followers with inspire, but like I said, that's talking to the troops.
Currently, I am looking at my skills and thinking, like, what ways could I actually do something that would actually work?
I mean, do you don't want to do a speech? Are you bad at inspire?
I had 6 dice. It wouldn't be bad. I just not sure.
You can just do it without the other benefit.
I mean, unless you deliver me a really, really bad speech in character, that it detriments you. Like, the worst you do is no bonus.
Okay. I don't have a speech in mind, so I'm just gonna try it anyway.
Because
yeah, I mean, you said you talked before. Your idea is something about like changing things. What's the vibe? You know, you want to.
How?
Axe, you mind if I say something?
Go.
Axe, you should definitely do a speech, but you should focus on how things are going to be better in the future. You are going to bring the winds of change and make it so that that people have more money in their pockets, that crime is down, and that you, the Marquess, the noble, hear the people and see their problems and are there for them. So for them to not rely on on the bad men doing bad things. It will not increase your sovereignty. I mean, it won't increase your might, but it will give you a temporary bonus to your sovereignty.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Because
Yeah.
my thought was like, I need to figure out like actually how impoverished the area is to be like, I'm going to make it so you don't have to depend on like.
No. You're thinking way too specific again. You don't care how impoverished they are.
You're right.
It's
true.
Generalities.
Yeah.
Also, not that I think this is a thing that out of character you'd be great at, but also you're effectively a politician. Just lie.
Yeah.
Tell these people they are poor, but you will make them rich. They don't fucking know.
I don't want to roll lie directly, but fair.
No. Like I said, you don't need to
fine.
like outright lie. What I mean is like you could politico this shit though.
You're right. Yes, I have that.
For less, but tell the people what they want to hear, so they side with you and not the rival gang, not the enemy company.
Yeah, right. Ironically,
and I do think that like actually doing this in Brenton is perfectly framed. I mentioned it before that Brenton has been acquiring a little bit of a shady reputation because there are a lot of bored young nobles in this town. Basically, it's a college town.
Also, go have tea with your archbishop.
I will also do that. Yes, I'll probably do that first. We just don't need to go into that.
In that case, actually, this also probably dovetails great into your speech because
Yes.
the Archbishop Ferdinand is like, yes, I'm attempting to build a rapport with the locals. You know, for being a cathedral town, I've heard some unsavory rumors that, young university men go out at night and drink and gamble and get in fights.
But yes, this is the other thing you want to do. You want to appeal to all the people here. So showing up, giving face to your archbishop is a great way for doing that.
Can I graces him to give myself a bonus for my inspire?
No, not directly.
Okay. All right then.
I mean, hey, you posted fascinating anecdote, but also remember that's just
for something. Yeah, that's more for like politicaling. Yeah.
But if you hear a cool story,
yeah, I kind of have a few of those actually.
I do love the phrasing on fascinating anecdote though. Of like, it's either just or fascinate. You decide based on whether or not it's a funny story you learned.
I chose fascinate.
Well, no, it's when you use the discipline, you pick whether it's just or fascinate, because the idea is basically you decide whether or not the story is funny.
For fascinating anecdote, I feel like you should get a free pass if you actually have a interesting or funny story to tell somebody.
I feel like I could tell the story of the melee as an interesting story.
I mean, yes. The actual mechanics is, because this is a multi-step process, this is the step 2 after the step 1, which is the grease the wheels. So the idea is that while you're schmoozing for a month and, not doing other stuff necessarily, off and on, you pick up, a fascinating story. Right, but I do like the idea of applying it to stories you already have in the pocket. You just got to be careful about, you can only have one fascinating anecdote, per month.
That's fair.
and you can only use the story so many times.
7s. On Spire.
7s. That seems like a decent success. That'll give you a +1d to your next sovereignty roll. You deliver the appropriate speech. You're basically saying like, "Hey, actually, this is a good policy question. Do you want to start breaching the news to the people about Summer Court?"
I do, because I kind of want to give the idea of, like, we would need people on board for it to happen.
Well, also to bring in, like, the nobles and the royal family, drum up business.
Yes.
Well, that's what I say. Like
also
you
people to
already
make it.
acknowledged
Like,
to your bannermen, your lords below you that you are doing this exchange.
I honestly feel like under the cover of me like meeting the archbishop and also announcing this to like this area of Teine.
Yeah. So like if you deliver a public speech in the square, which there are plenty of squares for you to do so, you basically let them know that, hey, Summer Court is gonna, the High King Summer Court is coming this year, so we're gonna make sure that we put our best foot forward, and also you imply through the power of Inspire that like this will be a big economic and political boon. So yeah, you've got a boost to sovereignty for your next roll.
People with ideas,
Logesh,
people to make things, do things. Yes.
Sorry, what was that, Omega?
I said, what about you? What are you doing?
Let's see. What am I going to do to assist in this?
Organize
you guys have determined a couple of attributes, but you have not been making as many rolls to get bonuses yet.
Yes. Can I roll charm or graces to try to convince? Because if I had been following up on like where the money is flowing and where it's going and whatnot, kind of thing, try to use charm or graces to convince. Sorry, graces or fascinate or even haggle to convince the shopkeepers who are engaging in the smuggling to not.
I mean, technically that would be fascinate, but I don't know if you could specifically do that. No, because you're a man and you're trying to attack a company attribute right now. If you're following me, like the thing you're doing would reduce the company's influence or treasury, and I don't think you can do that without an esoteric discipline by yourself. In practical terms, you Logesh being a nice guy will not convince local fences and merchants to stop dealing because they need money. How much money do you have? What's your wealth score, buddy? Not enough is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think you possess the right notes there. Like you could roll haggle, but that would require you to have a job to pay them to do instead of smuggle.
Would it be possible?
I don't think the team does have right now.
We don't have the jobs people
to
building.
Use financial sophistication.
Okay.
Let me just copy paste this.
Yeah. What aspect do you want to? Yeah.
I just want
to improve our influence.
I just want to say I made 2 more potions.
Good job.
Okay. Well, that would be a company action, which you could do, but that would be another ding to your treasure and sovereignty.
That
would immediately use the bonus die that Axe just made.
That'd be a thing to do next month.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is Logesh contributes fuck all.
Well, along the lines of what you mentioned about the merchants and stuff like that, you, I think, would be able to like determine maybe which ones are buying from them, and then possibly use that information for another role.
To like organize the men on who to hit.
Either to those are the ones that you're going to want to target when we police, or I don't know exactly, but like
honestly, what I would try to use it to do is I would speak to the shopkeepers and whatnot and try to actually understand how far these guys are dealing. What is the limit of their range? It sounds like a pretty good idea on how to figure out how big their territory is. by understanding actually how many people are being dealt with.
Yes, that could
And this
be...
is why I trust you guys, because I couldn't think of that on the spot.
Sounds like that would probably would be either a haggle or... I could allow fascinate. You just try to be personable. Ask where the source of their goods are.
No matter what, it'll be a D5, 5d10. So I'm just gonna roll haggle.
Sure.
Fuck.
No, you're not able to determine. Is it? Oh, it's right there.
Just gonna lean back.
Separately, could you try to organize all the people that we're going to have actually for the policing?
I don't think that's actually going to do much. He's going to roll...
Okay.
Like, already, I'm going to assume Logesh is going to be rolling strategy at the beginning of the conflict, whenever, and that will, if he wins that over the enemy leader, quote unquote, he'll automatically get a +1.
I mean, yeah, that would basically be what we'd be doing anyway to organize them.
Yeah.
I'll make the roll because I...
No.
No.
Don't. First of all, make what roll? What roll would you be rolling?
Fair.
Like, I'm going to be real, guys.
I
I guess I understand you guys are struggling a little bit, except for Konrad, who is, Wargman get up. Like I said, I suggested finding out the company stats because it'll give us a better idea of what actually actions we want to do. But if you're having troubles figuring out those fucking stats, we can just start beating our head against the wall with company rolls and just start,
I will not hide their roll back, so...
Yeah.
Because that's so easy.
Like I said,
you'll figure out by sounding, basically.
I'm not having any problems. Also, I made 2 more potions.
I'm glad we're having a stockpile.
Just keep track of them. That's fine.
Yeah, just keep track of them and their dates. That's also important. Keep track of their dates.
Well, these are all going to be on the same date, so that helps.
Yes. Yeah. But like I said, normally, yes, we want to find out their things. But if you guys can't think of something, we got a couple of things, and we can work off that.
Also, I do want to say, obviously, right now that's a little reduced because you were technically in the same month where you did this previously, but. The simple way that you start determining your rival company's stats is the espionage roll to be informed. Like you roll influence plus treasure to get in there, but your influence is only 2 and is already down 1. So that's a thing where you want to get in there.
Like if you want Inos to get on this and to actually contribute to this, you're gonna have to wait a week. But if you want me to start setting up a spy network to suss these guys out, and maybe we handle them next month, I know we have a ticking clock though. We can do that.
So I'm just looking at potion seller.
But like I said, Aren is already in position, and here's the other thing: if Aren can get a leader and pump them for information, you can probably get the other 2 stats pretty easy. And then it'll be a lot more. It'll be a lot easier to plan around it. Like, you guys have options. Sorry, Aren, what?
At the moment, you can get a hold of Konrad. Like, he's not in deep cover right now.
Honestly...
Well, I'm sorry, okay. Aren, did you actually say, are you, hiding in a bush somewhere?
No, he's in
the... He's probably set up somewhere.
Yeah, no, the way that you explained it never really sounded like you were at a location that they could go walk to you and talk to you.
Well, it'd probably be them sending a message by Raven or something like that. So,
forgive me, I don't think ravens go to people. I think ravens go to places.
Oh, he has a piece of personal Raven.
No, fair enough. You're right.
Well, yeah, but I mean, his personal trained Raven would return to him. It can figure that out.
Yeah.
But obviously, it would have to navigate to roughly where he was.
Yeah,
they are pretty intelligent, though.
They are
But
pretty
yes,
intelligent.
the,
So
the,
like,
the Raven would basically go to Brinton, drop off the letter, and wait, and it should be able to return to the vicinity near Konrad and figure out what the fuck his deal is.
yeah.
It is an animal companion after all.
What you guys should do is we're gonna retcon things a little bit, and you sent a message back with Plot to say, hey, where can we meet up? Because then you can fucking hive mind and maybe figure out how to get this this leadership down. Because, like I said, as long as it's just you three mostly, it won't be a company action. But you also might have to fight a warehouse full of dudes.
Well, it depends on what you guys want to do, but yeah.
Exactly.
Depending on how we do that, but yeah, I'm also not against that, but that's a different thing.
So, but I think right now you guys need to get in the same space so you can talk to each other and have your ideas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
So that has happened. You are now together. I am moving this along.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Rutland, probably the place you would meet, because you would not have Konrad leave where he's at,
yes,
and run all the way to Brinton.
Yeah.
Rutland is a relatively minor town. It's on the edge of House Pellic territory. It is a working class mining town mostly. It's like I said, decently sized, but you'll probably have to. I won't make you roll out lion shit because, like I said, I do not want to make you roll for every little ancillary thing to set up a company action. But you can probably just lie and say you're en route to Dristan House Pellic's headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
A place you do want to go eventually anyway. But that means you can, hide out in the local tavern or something, or stay at an inn and figure it out. So the township is mostly in rocky foothills and short cliffs. They do include some salt domes. They also mine brimstone and blackrock coal here. There is a, mayor appointed by House Pellic here. You guys, probably ride into town during the daylight, unlike Konrad, so you can see that this township is not really surrounded by, rich fields full of food. It's a lot of rock, and rock full of minerals, which can't be et. Do not eat sulfur. It is bad for you.
Unless you are a demon.
I don't even think Inos could eat raw sulfur.
No, not an iron demon, just an actual demon.
I mean, a devil. There's ways we have a distinction here.
This is why I use
Konrad will meet him.
terminology, yes. But yeah, Rutland is like I said, a low cost town. There are there's a big guild hall for the Miners Guild here. There's a mayor. There are a decent number of, since Konrad has passed a site check to stake this place out. You see a decent number of the kind of low level guys who go in. They do also have, thugs, guys who are actually part of the mining operation, but also clearly involved in the gang. But yeah, it is, like I said, a kind of scruffy working town.
Okay, so now that you're together, what do you want to do? Do you want to get in there and kill the leader, capture the leader?
Konrad's initial plan was to benefit the policing action by slaying the leadership. If Leslok wants him to do something else, then you should say so now.
Yes.
Sorry, that's me stretching. Yes.
I want you to capture the leader if you... Guess?
No, I'm sorry. Go Axe.
I want you to capture the leader, and if you can't, bring me the closest one.
Well, now here's the thing. Now we have to figure out who and where the leader is.
True.
And so go do that. It's not gonna happen.
You're right.
So,
well, you know a warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
Capture the one in charge of the warehouse operation.
You are going to send Konrad into a warehouse full of dudes?
Right. Yes.
I mean, Konrad did roll sight to stake it out,
yes.
And it probably would have taken the Marquess at least half a day to decamp his entire operation and move here.
It's true.
He's been watching for a few hours, so Konrad probably has lines on middle management, like underboss type guys,
which would do the stats relatively.
I could definitely
again, these guys are a fairly decently sized gang, so like they are. One warehouse does not the big boss, if they even have a big boss, does not go down to the warehouse where we keep the salt, boss. He has an underboss who goes to there and makes sure all the product is moving, and takes the underboss extracts the money and delivers it to the boss.
Yes.
So, there's a few ways you can do this.
Also, Nicola makes 2 more potions.
Excellent. One.
Start making some stone skins. This last a month.
So, the thing here is you either have to go into the warehouse to find the dude, or make the dude come out of the warehouse for a reason. So, one way you can do that is you could just not necessarily openly approach the warehouse, but you can let it be known that there is someone looking to make a lucrative business opportunity with them, and they insist on a meeting with their highest member. Get them out there, and then lo and behold, Wargman crashes through the fucking window and ruins everything. Everyone fucking panics and runs. Like I said, that will require a bit of acting and a bit of
Lie
on your part, but it could be done. If you basically appeal to the company's desire for money to get them to make a mistake and, go out there. Another option is Wargman does Wargman. He's been staking it out, and he probably has a few ways in. He can make his way inside, maybe start slapping a few dudes, make his way up the chain until he can find the dude and extract him. Solid Snake style. Please not Ignis style. They killed their target 3 fucking times.
I also do want to point out, Konrad does have first-hand experience with this strategy, and I can say with your successful site roll, there are probably, at any given time, at least a dozen guys in this warehouse. So, you fought 10 guys before and didn't have a great time, though you've improved since then. But,
yes.
Just saying.
Yes.
You want to bring up better weapons this time.
So, those are the 2 big ways to do it. Like I said, if you don't want to necessarily bring, a dozen of your own dudes and take this place on. Like I said, at that point, you would probably have to run back to Stonehearth, grab a dozen dudes, and run back.
I have a somewhat strange idea that I will only say.
You say your strange idea.
Okay.
Pitch it.
I was more thinking of, we play into that they know they are an active source of corruption. And if I just have one of my men privately send a message that I, Marquess, would like to privatize some of them.
Okay.
And then basically bait them into a meeting by thinking they're basically making it to the top.
I mean, that would be even more appealing than the suggested just general. There's a high value customer. That is also much riskier though, because you're putting.
That's why I thought it was strange.
You're the Marquess.
You could do that. I'm not going to say you can't do that. I would recommend against doing that though.
It is risky though, yeah.
Yes, it is risky, and it has a chance of harming your image.
True, because it's if it doesn't stay as a private thing, it will just become a rumor that had some base.
Yeah, so
I mean, if you really want to do that, Konrad has lie. I can just lie about it and have them come to me, and then I potentially beat them up. If we want to try that, try and get one of the middle managers that way.
Honestly, it's not much better, but it'd probably be better for Konrad. Konrad would probably be much more believable, as he is, the heir. He is someone who is, he's not actually been kicked to the side, but it would be very easy for him to portray himself as that. He might be able to find some sympathy and might be able to get them. And then when they all get in there, he might be able to, kick the crap out of them. Honestly, they probably wouldn't, if they were go to a meeting, they would probably bring some backup dudes just in case, but they probably wouldn't bring everybody. So Konrad would actually have a lot easier chance in the fight. And on top of that, if we did want to do that, we could have Logesh and Leslok in the wings waiting just in case to help. So
adventures.
So excuse me.
Sorry to cut you off, Lucky, but we are at about 4 hours. It's after midnight. Basically, pick your tactics that will probably result in a fight,
Yes.
and we'll do the rolls to set up. And we won't actually do the fight tonight because that will take time.
Yes.
Okay.
I am for.
It is kind of funny that you turned out to be correct at the end, Lucky. We started in macro time, and then very quickly we got granular again.
I wish we didn't, but I don't know what to do. I
blame
bad.
Aren for this.
I mean, it's a little his fault, but I think if he just ticked along, it's just that I need you guys to get over your phobia of rolling company action.
Hey,
Even if I have to remind you have penalties. It's like
I just don't want to roll 3d10 and just be like, I can't do this.
Guys, that's why you make all the
Also,
other
you
rolls to
wouldn't
get the
roll it
bonuses.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, but you're doing it. You're going in such a way in that you have to make multiple rolls instead of making one roll.
Fair, but I can't think
yes.
of any other way I can just do one roll to give a bonus. So
I intimidate.
I mean, for Might specifically, there's a very long list.
Yeah, but
Headhunt is one of them, but there's a lot of,
right,
of
that's
room
fair.
they have. I mean, I'll admit this one's a little funny because these guys are kind of incognito. I think if you were talking about an opposing army or noble house, Headhunt's really easier. You just go where their boss is. But this is a thing of you guys don't know who their boss is, so it turned into a
if we just didn't fuck up that if we just didn't fail that be informed roll, fucking hell.
You didn't fail any you haven't made a be informed roll.
Right.
Someone roll something other than me making fucking potions.
Right,
Which strategy would you like to employ to honeypot these guys? Not that you would know that term because that was made in the 60s.
I'm for that the Konrad is the target.
What
Can we do
what do those 7 dice correspond
here's
to?
a weird idea. Do we?
I'm for that one as well, with them waiting in the wings because it involves the most people.
Yes.
And will make the fight, if any, short.
Yes.
Yeah. So in that case, Konrad, you roll charm plus lie, and
we have
how much sense plus empathy does a random thug boss have? Probably not.
I feel
lot.
Sense plus
empathy. A lot of.
No, actually, I don't think they would have any empathy. They're thug bosses.
They probably have
I'm
sense.
gonna give this guy 3 cents and roll it and see.
What?
2 9s? 2 gobble dice?
Of course.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fucking hot with
this
it.
is why we
I mean, you keep
roll
doing
dice.
this. You keep doing this.
This is why we don't roll
You can't keep
dice.
getting away with this.
I think I can't keep getting away with this. Is the problem?
No, that's the problem. Aki always gets away.
It's always when you're fucking up Konrad. It's always your dice one hurt
Spoilers,
Konrad.
guess what? Even if I rolled nothing, if I rolled 1, 2, 3, I would still be getting away with it. So I'm going to tell you ahead of time before we get into the actual thing. I think the way this is going to work out is that remember before how Lucky said, "Oh, if they're going to a meeting, they might not bring as many guys." They're going to bring all their guys. That said, you guys have planned around it slightly by bringing your extra selves. Obviously, you're probably gonna Conrad's gonna start arranging this meeting throughout the day, so you have time before probably the middle of the night when this meeting goes down, and you can pick where you're setting. I'm just kind of assuming that you're gonna probably meet them in the back room of the tavern you're staying at, kind of a thing. I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
It's that or meet him in a dark alley, but
I'm making my fucking. I'm sorry. This is my role to make my fucking weapon, because I'm not gonna wait for a whole nother week writing about this.
Yeah,
that's it. It's
right.
got a pair of 10s.
Yeah. 2 10s
or 4 5s.
I don't know if width actually matters in this case.
I mean, width might shave off a couple of days off your work, but you're still in there because it's supposed to be working on and off for a month.
Yeah, no, we condense it to 80 hours in a week. God, make it 60 hours in a week, 5 days instead of 7.
Yeah, that probably works. Shave off a couple days there.
All right. Yeah, I'll go. Then I'll go with the fucking. I'll go with the 4 or 5s then.
Yeah, I mean, because it's a very wide set. That still means, I think, technically by our count, you're probably still working on this for a couple of days while these guys are getting beat up in a tavern.
Yes.
Luckily, Nicola has made like 5 or 6 potions for after this.
Yes.
But if you wanted any other kind of like reinforcement or help or backup, you have enough time to start circulating letters.
I would start rallying men to show up, I think, after a certain point if things go awry. Because I still think about the last
send a letter
time.
basically to have your troops be ready to move.
It's because I remember the last time. I remember the Wargman story. That went well, and then it went poorly, and then it went okay.
Get some lamplighters.
Those are my
Look,
rules
I have
for
a
Awaken Object and Living Metal Soul.
Dunzo, easy.
Good job.
Living Metal Soul, crazy by the way. That's fucking 3 8s, 2 5s, 2 3s. You're killing it.
Well, my chain's about to be killing it.
Oh gosh. Okay, so
All right, so I mean, I think we're at 4 hours. I think we can wrap that, and next time we jump in with the tavern story.
Yes. Also, just a reminder to you and the patrons and everyone, I'm not going to be here next week.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I believe
Yeah,
that's
Matt-
it.
You mentioned it last week.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes.
I
It's
think I
usually
remember
early in
him.
April, but they decided, fuck it, we're doing it mid-April this time. So.
I think I remember him mentioning this last time. as
Yeah,
well.
Dallas
I'm
did mention in the.
Yeah.
I'm not missing heel John Cena beating the shit out of people. I'm just not.
No, live
Alright.
events are,
Well, how
are
can
a
you see
perfectly
him?
good
weird.
excuse. It's a phase. They're doing a thing. All right. So, everybody gets a couple of EXP. I think we all actually had really good moments of role play.
I wrote notes.
Even going back and forth. Anybody finish any goals this session?
Yes,
Nay.
I did.
Yes.
I built my fucking arm.
Nice. You get a
I
bonus.
scouted
XP.
out Castle Scorborn.
Oh shit! You finally got that one done.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I
can
think
sit on
me
that
and
one for a while,
Conrad
and
have
think
both
about his
been
next plan.
stuck on like these
I still gotta go to
for
the-
a while.
I still gotta go to the Temple of 1,000 Candles to investigate my history.
I mean, you're in the right ballpark. We can. I forgot to actually write my notes on that for this week, but I can do that.
I wasn't gonna push it.
Again.
I feel like I need to ask. It's like, how
You're
could
in
we
the
just turn this into like
Let's
4 different
wait for
roles,
let's wait till the after the recording's done, my dude.
Yeah.
fair enough.
We're wrapping up. I'm like opening the Dramatis right now because I'm gonna check the post date on some notes.
I'm already gonna edit some things anyway.
All right, have we all said goodbye?
Goodbye.
Bye.
Well,
Goodbye.
I'm calculating the last points.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
yes, I think just Axe and Lucky I'm seeing. Yeah, it looks like Aaron's posts are from a couple weeks ago. So yeah, Axe
Yeah,
Lucky, you
well-
get the bonus points for writing out of character notes. And
Yeah,
that's
bro.
all. Like, comment, subscribe, and stuff.
All right, we out. Goodbye.
Bye bye.